The big glizzy? All right, thank you, the conductor, for the big prime. Hungry Panda for the large sub. And CJ Ubusta for the gift sub to Amazing Plibby. Oh, shit. Alerts will be muted but still visible during the show. And I'll thank everyone at the end. Now let's set the scene, shall we? Welcome to Rifts. All right. Alrighty then, chat room. What do we have here today? Rifts Chapter 2. Is my mic coming through? I hope so. Are you guys in here?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah.
We stand prepared.
Begin to sweat. The absolute sweat. Anyway. All right, welcome back to Rifts, Chapter 2. Featuring from left to right, as always, your dramatis personae. Vince Venturella on Farzan, CJ Busta on Orpheus Vayu, and Jupes on 7. Now, it has been perhaps too long since the last game, and there was a tragic event in the tutorial for this, but maybe this is where the redemption arc begins. Recap of the last adventure in fill-in-the-blank limerick format.
Oh no.
Again,
I
for
forgot about this.
Now again, for a party reroll, guess the missing word, which is always the last word, and I'll repeat it for the chat delay so the chat can join in on the fun. And this time maybe I'll ask final answer. Ahem. Behind murderous trail you gave chase, from earth to an otherworldly place. You silenced your foes, survived nuclear woes, and left without leaving a blank. And one more time so chat has a chance to answer. Behind murderous trail you gave chase, from earth to an otherworldly place. You silenced your foes, survived nuclear woes, and left without leaving a...
All right, are we allowed to discuss amongst ourselves?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
I think it's almost certainly Trace, but
Well, no, that's when you outline something. I think this must be something else.
It feels like like Trace feels like the very obvious answer, which makes me think it's wrong.
yeah.
It's
Also,
the dangling
we
carrot.
did leave a trace because we left that one guy alive.
That is
That would be a
true.
lie.
It is true. We didn't know that was a bad thing, though. But it is still a Trace. Damn it, he's right.
Well, actually, that's a man, not a trace.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Tracer isn't a man. You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a lady.
She's a late, just even better. She's British.
Ugh.
All right, final
Must
answer.
she be?
Final answer.
I'm saying Trace.
My vote is also trace.
That's fine.
You are correct.
Let's go.
The redemption arc begins now. After any D20 roll, the party can agree on getting a reroll if they want. Lasts for one adventure only. It's just insurance. No big deal. No FOMO here. And you technically didn't leave a trace because not even Thundercloud knew you were still alive.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
No.
Liquid Thundercloud didn't know.
Yeah. Liquid Thundercloud, yeah.
Sounds
Damn,
like
who could these
gross
characters be
IPA.
based on? Imagine. Now please settle in for another long-ass intro cutscene, including a Where Are They Now update, in a shocking twist, after how you defeated the last adventure. Ahem. Exterior Blood World, high noon. Shadows recede in the Colosseum as the lunar eclipse ends. A large lone figure hangs as if frozen in stocks, and then collapses to a knee, the magic holding him there at last wearing off. He stands in silence, the drummers having gone still, confused and hesitant. A flaming pentagram erupts on the top floor of the pyramid, and in a violent gout of hellfire, a massive winged demon crawls out from the ruins. It turns to face him, brandishing an ornate battle axe and a whip made of fire. The man bellows in exhilaration and fires up his chainsaw as the demon beats its mighty wings one time, leaping off the pyramid to meet him, and the crowd goes wild. Faint flames begin to lap along the man's shoulders, almost imperceptible, for now. A wicked smile spreads across his face. He has found the perfect world, one that fits him better than that other one ever could. For he is the lightning, and the drums his thunder. Exterior Arsno Desert. Afternoon. There we go. Special Activities Field Director John Thundercloud stands in command, tablet in hand and squinting against the sun from beneath his worn cowboy hat. Before him scurry a dozen green hazmat tin men, spraying foam over the desert glass and inching a lead-shielded earth mover towards the ruins of the satellite in the distance. Behind him, CS Corps of Engineers busy themselves with maintenance and preparation of a midnight blue flat-car hover train. 2 SF-7 Talons streak by at Mach 1 overhead. A group of formerly deceased CS Special Forces nod at him as they walk by. They exchange knowing smiles. Exterior Nexus Point Sunrise. A flat sandy area dotted with zebra grass and patches of old concrete. Peaceful. Butterflies flit through rays of morning sun. The rusted remains of a 500-year-old Chuck E. Cheese sign leans against a big willow tree, at the base of which a Yabahar floats in a lotus pose, talking to a fairy bot. Oh, he's just a little guy. He absently rolls a stick over his shoulder with a knapsack tied to the end, which pierces a cooked hot dog. The tech fairy, only a little bigger than the butterflies, bobs around making curious little hard drive noises to communicate. The Yabahar blows bubbles in between answering questions, as a smoker would, chatting with someone outside a bar. A haze of latent magical energy permeates the nexus, out from which 4 ley lines are cast into vanishing points, in each compass rose direction. The peace and tranquility are shattered by a deep synthetic chord as a rift is forced open and a massive Mountaineer XL ATV snaps into existence, 3 inches off the ground, slightly cratering when it lands, its V20 engine loudly chugging and idle. A red pentagram power circle surrounding the new arrivals flares across the ground, slightly cooking the grass and cement, burning in a stencil of the arcane glyphs. A wide-brimmed hat-wearing, robed figure stops floating in a spellcasting pose and lets his arms fall to their sides, where he pushes stop on his Walkman. The reels come to rest on a cassette with Leyline Walking Mixtape A-side written on a sticker over the center. A 4-armed, more machine than man Azverkan Alien Special Forces commando leans out of the semi-truck's cab, looking 15 feet down at the formerly solitary pair of creatures. Is this Tulsa? The bubble man pauses to get his bearings, almost losing a bite of hot dog from his look of shock a moment ago. Used to be, yeah? There's a muffled commotion. An exchange of bets and payouts between the crew. The wizard smugly collects his winnings from the malding, finger-toothed carpetbagger. It was 8-1 odds. I would have made a killing. Oh, ye of little faith. I had the most faith. You gotta believe the most to win the most. Bianca rolls her eyes. Yeah, and I believe that you lost the most. A sitcom-style everybody laughs moment fades into engine noises as Monty cranks the truck into gear and speeds away towards what just might be, according to the original opener quest in the Merc database, the last known whereabouts of the elusive Kachina doll-seeking rogue scholar. That intro was you guys skipping an entire travel adventure now that Orpheus has Rift teleportation. A moment of silence for the lost XP from avoided random encounters, but filler episodes out. Plot episodes in. Exterior what was once Interstate 40 afternoon. As you approach the next town, an in-betweener on a dirt bike speeds by going the opposite direction. BBS websites refresh and update, and your inbox gets a new message. There it is.
What's it say?
Rest now, Merc team. Your job is done. This is pre-recorded. My contact tells me you pushed them all the way to the end, and in the moment of their defeat, they decided to take themselves out with you, plus the surrounding several-mile radius. The nuclear option, as it were. Fucking cowards and sore losers, but I can't help but feel partially responsible. I thought my intel was thorough, but I swear to you, I had no idea they had a nuclear device. Hell of a way to find out. I guess those dolls are still out there, but you did by far the more important task for me, and for what I believe to be the future of North America. Despite my years, kind of a hopeless romantic, as you can no doubt tell by this thank you and apology message left for the dead. The only ears that may hear this are digital archaeologists 50 years from now and the spirits of the net. Oh well. You did good. Unlike those other assholes I hired got themselves swatted aside like so much chaff. They were a desperate delay tactic, but I believed in you. And details aside, Damage Inc. is indeed dead. You did what you said you'd do, and so I will do what I said I'd do. In accordance to what your dying wishes may well have been, in the coming days I'll be making an effort to find next of kin, delivering the payment owed. May your sacrifice have bought them a better life, as mine may someday as well. Job man out. All right.
Well, now I gotta say, he's got such a soft spot in him, and I do appreciate that a great deal. It's quite nice of him to reach out like that. Although rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated, of course. This raises the question, though, gentlemen. Should we inform the man of his mistaken beliefs in our passing? Or should we just let this ride for a little while?
Well, if a man like Jobman thinks that we are dead, then probably most people think we're dead. He's a man with connections.
Well, that's true. And the reality is, if we inform him that we're alive, somebody else will catch wind of it along the way.
Oh,
It
sure.
ain't exactly like we can do so discreetly.
But if we don't tell Jobman we're alive, we don't get paid.
This is also a problem. My personal feeling would be, once we reach the city, we send a message along. That should give us some kind of head start against whoever else would be out looking for us. It's going to take some time for our message to reach him all the same, and time for then that message to be intercepted, and more time for then them to rally up whatever forces they'd like to oppose us and alight them on our tails. So we'll have a little bit of head start on them. Seems like the reasonable way to split the difference.
Makes sense to me. Makes plenty of sense to me.
Well, then I feel we've got to go forward here.
All right.
Excellent. That's all.
All right. Repeater Town, July. Yes?
That's right.
As you roll up to town, 2 IPD rocket cops nod at you from hover bikes before getting back to their chili pad thai takeout. The whole place is a contradiction. Oh, I should post a picture. All right. IPD rocket cops.
Rocket cops. Oh.
And back to Repeater Town. The whole place is a contradiction, old meets new. Dusty streets and simple folk, corrugated tin roofs, and diesel generators, kids running around without their shoes on. But then there's a telephone pole every block, decorated in a flourish of solar panels at their heads, forming a digital canopy, a tech forest planted amidst a shanty town. From the back center rises a 7-story satellite dish and radio tower building, shiny and new, made of MDC materials, with a large NG logo, away from which the town has steadily grown. Population is maybe 70% human at best, and the key economics appear to be trucking and fuel. Left half of town is residential, middle strip are stores and merchants, and the long right strip is all parking, gas, fuel cell, e-clip, other power connections. Into one of these stalls is where you pull the Mountaineer XL. You just got to use the trucking lane. The main gas station center is huge, more of an oasis rest stop. A big sign across the front building reads, Bill's Fill and Spill. Formerly Chuck's, of course. As you disembark, you're greeted by a rounded plastic interface arises from a hole in the ground and spins to face you. It is a green screen onto which darker green pixels are projected into the face of a smiling robot. Looks like a big Game Boy with a slot instead of a D-pad. Please insert credit stick to unlock fuel selection. Little pictures of the objects it's referring to appear along with the voice. Oh, pictures instead of words. Must be getting just a little closer to Coalition territory. Complimentary 1-hour parking with purchase of at least 100 credits of fuel. Daytime parking $5.50, overnight $10.75. Thank you for stopping at Sunny July, Repeater Town 7. It's in between everywhere you want to be. Please read the local rules and ordinances. Agitators will be shot on sight. Speaking of sites, while you wait for the pump, why don't you check out our local stores and businesses? Their products are really swell. Powered by Pump Tech Automated Fuel Interface System, a subsidiary of Northern Gun. Now treated with the Coalition states. 10% more racism, 20% lower prices. Have a great day now.
Is this normal?
Are we talking?
Define normal.
Are we talking world building?
I was talking to Farzan mostly.
The
Do
man.
they advertise racism?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I wonder about that last part. You know? I wonder about that last part. That doesn't seem fully legit.
Could do a history post-apocalypse to see if I would pick up on that being a normal thing or not.
Sure.
Do not get it on a 94 out
All
of
right.
67.
I mean,
I have no idea.
it would be almost impossible not to know that human supremacy is pretty common across Rift's Earth, but aside from that, I don't know. Seems like a joke.
Well,
You trying to do something to this thing, or are you just thinking?
no, I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know about you guys, but I need parts. I'm not sure if you guys saw the completely smooth and totally planned landing that I made
Mm-hmm.
in the portal, but I figure if anywhere around here has what I need, it's probably here.
Well, surely they'll have something here we can use to make repairs.
I would expect so, although we're all going to need a bit of funds given the situation we had previously discussed, which means we're going to have to sell some things off.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose our
Monty's
first step should be to fuel up and park everything and then begin searching the town for appropriate merchants we can deal with.
Monty, your smuggler's ears perk up. Somebody looking for a fencing?
I think we might be.
I believe that's the market we're going to have to be in here, Monty.
Oh.
As I don't know their policy around moving Coalition gear, even though I've always found it strange that people take umbrage to it. It's not like the Coalition are using it at this very moment. They're all dead.
I
What's the
consider it
issue?
lost and found. Boss.
100%.
Also, side note, while you guys were in that rift fighting Damage Inc., Monty was absolutely vacuuming the battlefield. He's got like 40 vibro knives and a big Santa's sack, all sorts of other shit.
Fantastic. Yes, we've got all the. I just wrote down last time. I wrote down large bundle of coalition gear. Now, obviously, we're going to keep we have a damaged Samus suit, right?
Damaged Samus suit and a robot horse.
That's right. Oh yes, I know we have a robot horse.
So I have I have a little list here, and tell me what you're trying to sell and what you aren't trying to sell, and Monty's gonna go get to work as your smuggler man that you hired to kind of be like a dog companion in Diablo 4 that sells loot for you.
Sure.
There is a robot horse Mustang which needs repairs and some replacement parts. Brand new, it's worth $5 million, which is more than even I thought it was. I knew they were expensive, but anyway.
They're so expensive. It's insane.
That's expensive. A Sama suit, which needs some fixing and is missing a helmet, which is surprisingly an expensive part of it because that's where all the sensors are. An Ermine combat dune buggy that has been modified to look like it's from Mad Max, and so it's worth less because it has lots of spikes and scrap metal all over it. 10 CS assault pulse lasers, 4 NG heavy particle beam rifles and rocket launchers from the Mercs, and 40 vibro knives. The most cost and weight effective scrounging you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Which, if you sold all of it at 40%, which is the standard for selling it to places,
sure,
it would total $2.827 million.
Well, let's see how close to that number we can. Well, the things we don't want to sell, I definitely do not want to sell the robot horse. Like, if the two of you really want to sell, I can do this.
Oh no, I've grown kind of fond of it. If I'm being honest.
I see the future, the hope of the future, and I see robot horse being very useful, where maybe money is not as useful.
All right. So I'm going to deduct 1.7 off of that.
Yep, he's a huge chunk of that.
Big chunk. So we're at 1.127.
Yes.
What about the Samus suit?
Helmet aside, I can repair it. I can probably make it better.
That's what I was thinking. Like, at the very least, we get more value out of it, or we can find a use for it.
I'm going to need some time with it, but I'm fairly confident that I can do something with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my concern with us selling it off, even though it's probably worth a decent amount of money. This is this like a standard old style Samus, not any of the new ones? Yeah,
not a Smiling Jack. It's the
a little bit of a red flag thing to be sold in a repeater town.
Well, that's what that's what black market and fencing is for.
Yeah,
Well, listen, I'm flying around in stolen equipment.
Yeah, but it's not stolen from the Coalition, who I am more worried about than anything else.
I kind of boop Orpheus on the nose. Not that you know of.
Oh, don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of with them. At least not out here. They'll send out patrols and things like that, but it's nothing we can't handle. The question with the Samus suit is, do we want to have it as a backup for you, Seven? Because I know you're partial to your particular flying suit, but if there's one thing I've come to know about fancy armors is that they themselves are on a bit of a clock. It's only a matter of time before they are damaged so bad you are forced to abandon it and find something new.
Now, it's interesting. I could definitely keep it for parts and GM's discretion. I could probably use this to repair the damages that I sustained earlier, but that's a lot of money, and I don't know if I'm comfortable making that executive decision on my own.
So to sell it right now, it'd be like $560,000. If you did repairs on it, probably $650,000, perhaps even $700,000.
Okay.
The missing helmet is worth a lot, and it's at 40-50% in any case. If you souped it up, or like bought a helmet somehow and then made it a full thing, you could probably pass it off as refurbished or even new
Sure. Would I be able to retrofit like the? I guess my concern right now is I need to repair my armor.
Yeah.
Would I be able to retrofit parts from it?
Yeah, so I think hold on, let me bring up the party company document here.
So my armor and weaponsmithing is decently high.
Yeah, I believe in the Mountaineer there's crew sleeper, 2 side bays, this and that. There is something you could get, like almost like a smelter. It's like a thing that melts down generic mega damage material, and then you can kind of like 3D print it or smelt it or something like that. And so this is like if it would be like a recycling roll, or I think there's another field armor roll, which is kind of the same skill. You have all the better skills that encompass those, though. And so the general way of doing it is you're like kind of recycling generic scrap of MD material, and then you can essentially kind of forge it into stuff. It's basically the size of like a kiln or an oven or something.
Do we know the price for one of those? Because I feel like that would just be good going forward.
Yeah. Probably there may or may not be one in a town here, but maybe 50K.
50K. Okay.
How much are all the vibro blades and the buggy worth? Like, assuming no one wants to keep the buggy and 40 vibro knives.
Buggy's worth
and the guns and stuff, yeah.
And the guns, like the bare minimum.
I think we'd be down to about 600,000 off the top of my head.
Yeah, about 600K.
I mean,
I don't know what you need, Orpheus.
I don't feel uncomfortable with just that if we want to keep the rest for salvaging or, touching things up.
Agreed. I mean, as we go into the future, if it should become necessary, we could always sell off the suit at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Being that we're not currently strapped for funds in such a way, I don't see any reason to suddenly rush to get rid of what is potentially a valuable item to our future endeavors.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I agree.
All right, very well then.
And so Monty cracks his knuckles. All right, time to cash in. And walks into town with his 2 little hands behind his back, just whistling, innocent as can be. And I'm going to separate the Sama suit and robot horse from the thing. And I'll make some skill rolls later for him on that front. Aside from that, scrolling down, there is a You Are Here map. This is somewhat of like an oasis almost. An oasis repeater town. So there's a big map. There's a parking area.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you probably got to handle that with the little robot thing. It repeats itself.
I assume we have enough pocket money to handle that situation right now.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 credits or something. Yeah. So
yeah,
you're good.
Yeah, we'll fuel up, pay for the parking, pull the thing over.
All right, and so there's a big map right outside Bill's Fill and Spill. It has a You Are Here thing, and then it's got the shops with little logos and the briefest of subtitle descriptions of the places. And so among the shops... I'll tell you,
gentlemen, I think the first place we should set about to, given that Monty's handling that other business, we've been on the road for some time. We just almost got obliterated in a giant nuclear explosion, which wasn't high on my particular list of things to do before it happened. I was thinking perhaps we could, there's got to be a diner or restaurant of some kind in this town. What say you to actually getting a bit of a warm meal and sitting down and having some lunch?
Oh, you have some great
That works for me.
You got some great options for you. So underneath the little service heading of that map you're looking at, you got 4 restaurant choices. There's a Chai-Italian food, which is Wonton Louie's. That one's
Louis.
Wonton Louie's. And then there's Chex-Mex, which is Chinese Tex-Mex, which is Chimichanguas. And the best diner in town, which you can tell because the other one is kind of has some graffiti on it. The best diner in town is Irene and Irma's. And the worst diner is Grub's Grub.
Appreciate people who know their place in the universe. But I'm thinking this Irene and Irma's place sounds about right. Classic fare. Well, what do you feel? What do you both feel about that?
I know I'm partial to a Wonton Louis, but I can do Irene and Irma.
I mean, Irene and Irma sounds as good as anything else.
All right.
Have you
I'll
ever
say
had
this: if we're here
Wonton
long
Louis?
enough, perhaps we could partake in multiple of them. It's not as though
That's
we've got
fair.
to limit ourselves.
There's
That's
no
fair.
reason to not sample the entire platter.
Yeah, you guys are dead. You have all the time in the world.
We could even go to Grub's Grub.
Well, we gotta find the ceiling and the floor.
Grub's
That's true.
Grub is a winner. It kind of is. There's just one problem with it, which you will immediately know if you go there. But that's, you know,
Hmm.
this
We're
is
going
a
Irene and
choose your
Irma.
own advice. You can do whatever you want. While you're here, just continuing down that list, there are 2.5 bars, and they're kind of like restaurants. So I'll just tell you them right now. The best bar in town is the Sand Dune Saloon, run by Boone. The worst bar in town is called the Library, and it's run by Cleet. That would be
What's wrong with the library?
well, it's so you can say, "Hey, I'll be at the library," and then it's a bar.
Yes,
And-
my college had that too.
Yeah, and that would be Cleet, short for Clethaniel.
Of
And
Well, I
course.
would expect nothing else.
then there's a Merc bar, which is also more of a cigar bar Merc place, called the Legitimate Businessman Social Club, of course.
Oh
Ru-
well,
run
we'll
by
have to,
Doris.
Of course, make an appearance.
It would be rude not to.
It'd be rude not to. We are mercs after all.
And
Dead
of course,
ones.
legitimate businessmen.
Well, of course, that is also true.
Nothing I do is legitimate, but that's why I'm going to let you talk.
We're a full-on LLC. We are legit.
All right, you make your way over to Irene and Irma's, I believe, was the agreed.
Yes.
Correct.
And you pass by various shops and stores and stuff. That's that middle strip there. And I think I mentioned it in the intro, but if I didn't, population's about 70% human. So still mostly, but they seem pretty cool about DBs here. Make your way to Irene and Irma's. It is the most classic bright white, bright red, kind of shiny, almost a little scrunchy leather all over everything 50s diner.
Oh, like the tile. It's got the checkered tiles.
Yeah, it's got those checkered black and white tiles on the floor. Walk in, you can see the flat grill behind the counter. There's counter seating. There's booth seating. Waitress in a red and white polka dot kind of getup comes over. Well, hi there, boys. What can I get for you?
Afternoon, ma'am. It's excellent to meet you. Well, first off, is there pause. Is there is this classic diner where there's like a menu up on the wall you can literally see as you walk
Yeah, you
in,
can-
as opposed to
it's-
getting
yeah,
individual
mhm.
menus?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's
So
got a
I don't
little.
need to ask her. I would have view of what's on offer.
You
Very
can
good.
essentially buy anything you could buy at a Waffle House here.
Yeah, that's what I.
Ooh.
That's basically the menu I was picturing. Yes. Okay. There you go. Okay. Excellent. Well, what I'd like is let's start with a good plate of flapjacks. Don't hold back on the syrup for me there. And then as much hash browns as you can fit on that there griddle should do me just fine.
She scribbles down in her little notebook. Looks to the next.
Can I get 2 coffees and as many flapjacks as you can put on a plate, please?
Oh, don't worry. That's how we do it.
Oh,
Writes it down, looks at 7.
I will have a pot of coffee, 2 eggs over easy, 4 pieces of toast, a plate of corned beef. How's the meatloaf?
It's all right.
I'll have the meatloaf. Let me get 3 sausage links, and I think that should do it.
All right,
At
I'll
this
get that
point,
taken
I'm forced
care
to
of.
wonder exactly what your question, what her response would have been that would have made you change your order.
There would have been one.
Let's see.
Just wanted to make conversation, I guess.
I love meatloaf.
Mm-hmm. All right, sugars, I'll get that taken care of. My name's Brandy if you need anything. She turns
I'll
around.
tip my big white hat. Thank you, ma'am.
And she walks out.
I should probably let it be known to chat I'm not walking around in my power armor.
Oh,
I'm not taking up an entire booth.
Yeah. I don't know that a booth seating would quite do it.
you have to stand over the table outside the booth, or else you'd break it.
You got to do a Riker every time you sit down anywhere.
Yeah.
I assume people in town walk around in body armor.
Yeah,
right?
I was
Oh,
gonna
for sure.
Body armor.
just mention that. So not only do people do that, it's almost how you can pick out who is a resident and who isn't. Almost.
Yeah.
A lot of people are walking around in armor, weapons fully visible. It's that kind of town. There's
Yeah.
IPD sporadically all around. Security seems pretty. I mean, there's a lot of cops and stuff. Not every
Mhm.
corner, but and they generally keep the peace. The in fact, most of the stores, especially the ones for weapons and armor, the buildings are kind of sized up with like huge doors and so that people can walk in and out in their like PAs and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, so yes.
Or the mech pilot.
Hold on. Oh no, the stream. Ugh. Can you
I
guys?
know, I saw.
Can you guys hear me? Fuck.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
We can tell you're fine. Yeah, you went little
There was 1 second. All right, it was iffy, but
Oh, we're back.
sounds
We're
like you're
back.
good.
Let's
I,
go. All right, we're back.
Yeah, I'm wearing my top secret body armor, except I've got a pair of aviators on instead
All
of
right.
the helmet.
Sure. Anyway, I don't know what chat heard or what you guys exactly, because it kind of sounded a little robotic to me, but I was just saying that besides the restaurants, basically all the stores and stuff are kind of sized up, expecting people to come in there in like PA and Mercs and stuff like that. And so the doors are big, the stuff is big, it's kind of built for it, rather.
I mean, why do they call it big? Because big things go into it.
Big
True.
things go into it.
True. Anyway, Brandy comes back and sets down a lot of plates. It has technically been probably a year before since any of you have eaten because of that one spell.
Oh, yeah.
This is purely for taste.
Yeah, you have been constantly nourished perfectly because that's what the spell does. But this is for my pleasures or whatever.
Don't say it like that.
She puts down just pretend Brandy said it. She puts down a big pot of coffee in the center, gets all the plates out there. Hot sauce?
I thought you'd never ask.
All right, she puts down a little vial of Don Cactaro or something and walks away.
What's their syrup situation like?
This is not anywhere close to the north. So it's synthetic. It's synth syrup or whatever. Synthyrup.
Yeah.
That's like the brand name,
Synthyrup.
Synthyrup, and it's got like a little cartoon kid with a big smile on his face. Eating like pixels that are syrup shaped.
Yum. Holographic.
I love a syrup-shaped pixel. I can't believe neither of you ordered the meatloaf.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, my people, we don't exactly eat that sort of thing.
I hadn't noticed.
It's you have to understand, a bit of a different culture where I'm from. We don't exactly. Most things on my world are a little more, shall we say, intelligent, self-aware. At least it's a bit unusual that you would want to eat anything that can walk around and talk. That would be a bit of a strange choice.
You know, that's entirely fair. From what I've found, most meatloafs, especially some of the good ones, aren't even real meat. I say this through a mouthful of meatloaf.
I'm only eating because I want to fit in.
I eat meatloaf.
Brandy overhears you. Oh, rest assured, none of the meat in our loaf was ever technically able to walk.
Perfect. Character note: 7-8 meatloaf in the underground facility.
I was 6 afraid of 7 because 7-8 meatloaf.
Character note:
I'm not
7-8
sure that
meatloaf
reassures
in
me
the
the way
diner.
that she thinks it does.
Brandy will remember this action. All right,
At
the
any
food's
rate,
great.
though,
Food's just great. It's that classic, obviously real bad for you, but not like bad, just kind of delicious, cooked without a care in the goddamn world for any sort of nutrients or health. Kind of sloppo soul food, good stuff.
Well, that's fine. We only eat twice a year,
Yeah.
so we can afford
make
it.
the most of it.
Bill comes back. It's pretty reasonable if you cut it in half.
Seems reasonable enough. We will, of course, leave a good tip. I don't know what the
yeah.
tipping policy is anymore on Rift's Earth, but
Well, it's 20%.
somehow still.
Nothing
Well,
survived
adjusted
the
by
tipping
inflation,
bullshit.
it's like 3,000% tips.
Well, we leave one vibro knife because that is apparently the currency.
Those are worth 7K a pop. Let's go.
Yumpin' Yemeni.
Anyway, she thanks you and smiles and starts bussing up the table. Where to
All right.
next?
Well, do we have any leads on exactly whereabouts this rogue scientist is supposed to be based on our previous intel?
Well, the
That's a question
drop-off
for you,
point,
gentlemen.
the public drop-off point just says Repeater Town 7.
Well, then we're going to need to ask around. So I suppose the question becomes, who's comfortable at those kinds of activities and wants to go asking around after an outsider rogue scientist who's rolled into town recently? I'm not exactly the kind that makes friends easy, you might say. So it might be better off to be one of the two of you, depending on how you feel. People don't tend to trust me at first glance, I think.
So
I don't know why.
speaking of trust, I do have to ask, technically all of you, what are you wearing, and how easy is it to determine what you are? So, is Farzan have a helmet on? Does everybody have their armor? Is Orpheus
I'm armored up.
All right. Is Orpheus in billowing robes with a "I'm a wizard" sign around his neck? Just kind of
I'm
what's
in my sweet duster.
Okay.
I am wearing painted over modified Coalition Dead Boy armor.
Okay.
But it would still, but anybody who could look at it would know it's Coalition armor. It's like, obviously it's Dead Boy armor. It's just not, it's clearly not stock Dead Boy. Like, no one's going to mistake me for an active Dead Boy.
Sure.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And no, I do not normally walk around with my helmet on. Like, I don't, I'm very evidently a DB, like, quite obviously.
Yeah. Even with the helmet, maybe the forearms are kind of. I suppose it could be some sort of partial conversion or whatever. But all right, fair enough.
Yes.
And Jupes, besides getting in and out of the restaurant, are we in main armor or?
I would say outside of the restaurant, main armor.
All right. It's not out of place, so.
Yeah. Wings folded in, obviously.
All right,
I think-
well.
Maybe it might be worth investing in some not disguises. It's not like we're on the lam, but just something a little more incognito.
Yeah.
Is there any store that sells clothes?
But of course, I have
Ooh.
maybe one or two things to ask you guys first, bud. So you
Okay.
did eat for, we'll say, 45 minutes or so.
Sure.
And let me click through a dice roll or two on Monty, because it sounds like you're just about to maybe go shopping, and wouldn't it be nice to have any money at all? Because I think you're on your starting stuff at this exact moment.
Yeah, we're rolling with pocket change. Yes.
58, we're good. 25, we're good.
While you're rolling, Orpheus, I would think this is the kind of thing you'd have a spell for. You don't have some kind of magic that can make us look like something else or whatever? Lay some magical clothes on us or whatnot? I don't want to assume. It just seems like the kind of thing magic would do.
Well,
Especially with how many magic users need to hide themselves in the greater part of this continent.
Is this going to be a recurring bit in the game?
why don't you have a spell for this? I'm sorry.
Can you tell me about a wizard who does?
No, it's not something I'm able to do. I'm sure there are wizards who can disguise themselves, or sorcerers supreme who can disguise themselves. I can just keep an entire village from starving forever. I guess that's not impressive enough anymore.
He did also teleport a 65-ton vehicle plus all of you 1,600 miles across the U.S. in 1 second. But yeah, he doesn't have an illusion.
It's all about what has he done for me
Yeah,
lately.
Not questioning your abilities or anything.
No, I know.
You're obviously a very capable wizard. I just don't know the ins and outs of what you can or cannot do. And frankly, when your job or your capabilities are, I can defy the normal laws of this universe, well, it's hard to exactly draw a particular fence around that as to what is reasonable and what's not, you understand?
Yeah, I agree. It is not a continuous spectrum of capabilities. It's little pockets of perfection.
I see. Well, then perhaps then that's fine. If we want to get some different wear, we certainly can. It may become important at some point in the future. I would say right now in this town, it doesn't matter too much that we're walking around in our gear, as it were.
No, I don't think it's a huge deal. It could keep us from becoming noteworthy, is all I'm thinking.
Indeed.
All right. Well, just at that moment, Montgomery Merriweather comes back, whistling, big old smile on his face, after doing some streetwise find contraband, barter, appraise, ID undercover agent, cryptography a little bit, prowl, all sorts of stuff, and succeeded at it all because I cheesed the shit out of his skills. All right, so he comes back. He's like, well, fellas, we're in the money.
Oh.
Here you go, boss. I'll be looking forward to my cut later. 627,000 credits.
Okay. I assume, by the by, that like if this is standard, that we cut Monty and Bianca in for 10% each.
Technically, in the mercenary rules, the non-combat, like henchmen and helpers and stuff like that, are on salary. And it's some absolute like nothing. It's like 1,000 a month or something. So you can handle it however you want, but the default for the book is like, if you're paying them crazy, it's like 4K a month or something on salary. Plus bonuses for doing stuff like saving your life from the horrible radiation or smuggling things, for instance.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, that seems insane.
They just love the job.
For the love of the game.
It's the love of the game.
Yeah, like I understand in reality and the construct of this particular world, if like they're probably not going to die, hopefully, unless we're also dead most of the time. But nonetheless, within the world, they are absolutely risking their lives every day by being around and traveling with us. So,
Oh yeah.
and
it gets into that RPG economy kind of thing where you like the fantasy Dungeons and Dragons adventurers show up to some town where a peasant makes 1 gold every 2 years and they just economy bomb their entire village, and
yeah, exactly.
1 vibro knife is worth 7K, and that's what like the average person makes in 7 months or something. So it's, you know,
exactly.
But anyway, 627,000, and you can split it up however you want. Keep it in a party pool. Give your 2 hirelings however much you feel they deserve. They will be operating, as far as morale is concerned, they will be operating under book rules. And so if you're going to pay them better than the book rules, the morale will go up. And it would almost be impossible not to pay them better than the book rules.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm fine with paying them well and keeping it in like a shared account. I don't really necessarily need like walking around money.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't mind.
We're a team. This is the Persona level 10. You know?
Yeah.
I would die for these people. I don't mind if they hold my money.
The social link. All right, there it is in the party pool. Somebody write it down.
I got it.
And I will delete the Ermine Combat Buggy, the 10 CS Assault Pulse Lasers, 4 NG Heavy Particle Beam Rifles, 40 Vibro Knives is gone. Remaining is Robot Horse, Mustang needs repairs and some replacement parts, and a Sama suit, which needs a little fixing up, and it is missing a helmet. Those are the big ticket items, just in case. I mean, the liquid assets, you can chill on them unless you need them.
Liquid.
And at that point, you can proceed to walk around, do what you will, go shopping. I can tell you the little shops they have. They are on that map, you know, the You Are Here thing. They got Northern Gun Outfitters. Run by Leslie. This is standard gear, SDC stuff, some armor, survival, camping, clothes, world building. Technically, the biggest source of revenue for Ishpeming and Northern Gun entirely is like Coleman camping stuff and vibro knives and survival gear and clothes and things like that. All the guns and everything are like 30%. So that would be a place for some clothes and also a bunch of other stuff. Then there's Gun and Done, which is run by Xander, and that's for, well, guns. And the town is essentially, looks like it's sponsored by Northern Gun or some such. And so you can get anything like that there. Then there's Iron Giants, run by Clarence, and that's for NG power armors and display islands and stuff like that. Potent Potables, big grocery store. And Blank Tech, which is computer repair, electrical engineering, programming, stuff like that.
Well, I know where I need to go, but I'm happy to save that for last.
By all means, I need to do some investigation myself into the damage that's been wrought upon that horse before I pick up any parts for it. So I am more than happy to proceed towards your commissary needs to begin with.
Are we splitting up and finding the face man and he talks to everyone, or is this just like all 3 of you kind of mosey around, go to a store here and there and look into stuff at the same time?
I'm fine with looking in at the same time.
Yeah, I don't mind. Also, like, how big is this city, just out of curiosity? Like, if we, like, actual square footage, like, if we wander away from each other and something goes sideways, what's the actual, like, you know, you see, like, I hear an explosion across town and I'm like, oh, they're up
to some. Those rascals.
You would definitely be able to hear the explosion for sure.
Okay.
So this whole city is kind of, well, imagine like you take an exit on a major highway today and there's a giant like oasis thing that has Burger Kings and like stores and all in it, plus like across the street there's a bunch of gas stations, and it's like it's a pretty decent square footage. There's more buildings kind of closer together. I don't have an exact footage. I don't know how big towns are in real
No,
life.
that's fine. That gives me the idea. Like the point is that we could, depending on how fast we are, we could get across town relatively quickly if we needed to. Okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, we could. Yeah, let's just roll together. Check it out. Let's hit your needs first.
All right, first things first. Northern Gun Outfitters, maybe for those clothes, Orpheus.
I think that's a stupendous idea.
All right. This is one of those. Well, all the shops are like this, and so I won't point it out every time. But they got big doors, big ceilings, big aisles. They are catering to their normal clientele, which is people in armor and potentially large humanoids and TVs and stuff. So you can walk right in.
Conversion Borgs, all of those kinds of things.
Northern Gun Outfitters. Big lady in a ruffled flower print top and tan cargo pants. Auburn hair. Lots of little cartoony tattoos. Tasteful makeup. She's currently pulling the lever on a desk-sized reloading press. Puts the bullet next to an even row of its friends. Oh, welcome, y'all. My name's Leslie if you need for anything. You boys go ahead and look around now.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly, ma'am. We'll certainly avail ourselves of your wares.
I'm gonna look for just a couple of. Do they just sell clothes, or is it sort of like a?
So this is
like a general store kind of deal.
Yeah, this is Northern Gun Outfitters. So it's like REI kind of. There's standard gear. There's SDC pistols. There's some MD armor, but no power armor. There's a ton. There's like an entire, like big bass kind of survival camping clothes, fishing poles. You know. Orange hats and just all that, and tons of sporting goods even.
Okay.
You can open up the RIFTS Ultimate Edition and essentially buy most like standard equipment, clothes, just things from this place. It's a big place, kind of a warehouse looking, vaulted ceilings. It's not exactly a pyramid. What is that? Was that one Bass Pyramid? Anyway, it's not exactly
the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid.
Yeah, the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid.
Nashville.
You know that's got to be in Rifts, right? Except like the pyramid technology turned back on.
It's decayed, and there's a warlord ruling.
I mean, it was absolutely built on a nexus point.
Yeah,
right. They didn't know it when they built it, but it was, and now it's like a dark temple to a demon. Yeah, 100%.
And it's run by some guy from Lemuria, like a giant half-man, half-bass demon.
If the St. Louis Arch is evil, then the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid is evil.
Yeah.
That's just how the world works.
St. Louis Arch is, I think, the biggest rift in the world.
Yeah.
The entire arch is just a portal. And
it's
I
like
think
a portal straight to hell.
Recently the CS gave up trying to keep killing everything that came out of it. And they're just like, this is a waste of time. We're out of here. Anyway, you can open up some whatever book or anything and buy anything you want out of here, standard stuff. You were looking for some, I don't know, disguise, but just like Carhartt jacket, kind of.
I wanted to buy a poncho.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the New West, so they got ponchos aplenty.
Nice. All right. Sells for about, according to the book, 50 to 100 credits.
All right. It's going to be on the high end for that because this is a sponsored town and kind of a convenient area. And NG's trying to get their money back. So whenever it ever says an amount, it's going to be the high end. Okay.
I will buy a poncho for $100.
Oh, you do?
I wanted to buy some extra air filters. I can buy, they're listed as 12 for 5 credits.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Nice. And then would they, so that you said they, you know, they have a whole host of things. There are some, like, weapon add-ons? Would they have things like a telescopic scope, a crosshair sight, and a laser, basically a laser pointer for a gun?
Just a little bit. That would be more the Gun and Done store.
Okay, that's what I assumed. But if we're already here, I thought I'd ask.
Mm-hmm.
I can
You
hold
could
off
potentially
until
find
then.
some of the stuff, but it would be more tailored to hunting and SDC.
Yeah, that's fine. I feel satisfied.
And let me roll. I wonder if perhaps this place is furnished enough to have that thing I was talking about before. And it probably would be here, if anywhere else. Oh, let's do a lucky check. Jukes, give me or 7, give me a D20.
You got it. It is a 17.
All right, pretty high. Lucky. Hey, you know, they do have one of those in the, it's kind of small, but they do have one of those in the back. That would be the thing that we were talking about before, that recycling, smelting MDC material.
Oh, nice.
Kiln.
Oh.
Little
that
smaller
seems
than
like
the
a
standard
worthwhile
one, but
investment.
This would be a really good investment. It's not cheap out of the gate, but if
You don't
I'm
have
gonna
to sell
keep
me on it.
fighting-
I agree. I think it's a very worthwhile investment.
yeah, if I'm gonna keep fighting, I'm gonna need to repair my gear.
and it's kind of nice
this
when
is-
somebody in the party has literally every skill to perfectly do that. All right, who's got supernatural strength? This thing weighs as much as a kiln.
I mean, I could probably carry it.
Oh, that's
in
right.
my
You're
power
in.
armor.
Yeah, you got like 35 robotic or something like that. You can do this. That's what it was made for. Come up to the counter. And Leslie's like, on the floor is fine. And scans it.
Done.
Yeah. I was going to get y'all a forklift, but I see you are one.
BYO forklift.
That's me.
I am me certified. That'll be
I forgot
50K.
that I am him.
Hand over the credits.
Yeah.
All
They
right,
have
she was
marked
just
the
about to
funds
do like
accordingly.
now we do have financing. Oh,
Oh.
well, okay then. Have a great day now.
All right, we'll take the thing. We'll take that back to the truck
Yeah,
immediately, just because like it's not the thing we're gonna walk around town with.
yeah. It being a little bit of a smaller version of that thing is probably actually good just for the space filling up in the back. This thing gets super hot when it's plugged in,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know, you can open windows and stuff. It's fine. It's about the, you know, the those ovens in small apartments that look like they're kind of chopped in half a little bit. It's
Yep.
about
Yeah.
that big, except it
Got it.
essentially is a kiln for the most part. It's like a digital kiln. And it'll melt down, in brackets, generic MD material. And then you get generic MD material, which you can then 3D print stuff or shape it or, you know, do whatever for your making. So we're good there.
Sounds good to me. Yep, we'll get that in there. Should we set about to figuring out a contact in this town? See if we can't find our erstwhile rogue scholar.
I think that's a good idea, but I am still very worried about these obviously cursed dolls.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I
you're
have a
carrying
feeling
those
I know
around.
all of the answers.
No, those are back on the ATV.
Okay.
I have a feeling if we want any answers to that particular mystery, we're going to have to locate this gentleman and or lady.
It's possible. We have options.
Mhm.
We can see if we have options at the very least.
Yeah.
If Farzan, you were saying you might need to analyze, diagnose the robot, the mechanical horse, see what parts you needed.
Yeah, it's going to take me some time. It's not exactly the it's not exactly the primary thing here. But that being said, I'm not of much use if you're all going to go out and hunt down folks. But if you all feel like you're safe, just the two of you wandering around, I can certainly take the time and investigate the horse. See what.
Well, I'm just. I have an option. I have a pulley we can lever to see at least if we can do something about these dolls, but it might take a minute. So if we have time, it might be worth. Either I can stay back and do it.
I'll go with you, Orpheus.
Well, it's something I would do it here.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is I'll go with you wherever you need to go. We got what I needed.
Most excellent.
Well, then, let's set about to these tasks. So yeah, I guess we'll hang out in the truck for a little while. We've eaten, we walked around town. Let's get these things sort of lined up. So yeah, I'm going to investigate the robot horse and see what the damage is and what I need to repair this thing.
Sure, that'll just be in like the cargo bin, and then everybody else is kind of in the cab.
Yeah.
You're within earshot of each other in any case.
Yep.
While he's doing that, would it be possible to do some repairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's repairing and Farzan is diagnosing. I would like to try and open a communication rift to the library dimension.
Mm-hmm.
Cost 200 PPE. And I'll bust that open.
All right. And the
And
library, the librarium, or whatever, what do we call that place? Regardless.
The Grand Librarians.
Yeah. You normally got to roll for communication rifts, but this is the like your exact home area and where you learn this thing entirely. So this thing is free. You do.
Mm-hmm. I would like to describe exactly what these Kachina dolls are and what, if there is ever been any writings brought to the library regarding this exact situation.
Yes. Well, this exact situation, no, but
Well, as close to it as possible.
all right. What specific info are you looking for?
Well, it seems to be, as I remember, the diagnosis that I was able to come up with was potentially one being in two vessels.
Mm-hmm.
And so any writings to do with that and whether or not something that would do that or have that done to it is if these two pieces are brought together, is it like world-ending, apocalyptic?
Oh, sure,
is
sure,
this
yeah.
a problem, or is this normal and it has been
You get like
perverted?
they give you like 2 or 3 books on loan to read up a little bit, and you get a lot of information that is really cool, but not exactly helpful in this situation. You get a lot of stuff where it's like, well, here was so and this other guy and a bunch of like Zoltan Cool style people who were imprisoned and their souls were ripped apart and thrown, their bodies were chopped up and all their pieces were scattered to the 4 corners of the earth so that they would never be reassembled and all this. And then also you get a bunch of Kachina doll stuff, which is Native American magic. And they're technically possessing entities with intelligence, and some of them are super evil and some of them are super good. And before you have one that is super good and one that is super evil. So we run the gamut there at least. But there isn't really like a
perfect solution.
Put them back together, like all the ancient curses and just things like that, they were like custom made by somebody, and then they had real specific things you had to do to undo it. These are like custom spells for the most part, and they would be tailored to the specifics of those situations, unfortunately.
All right. Hey, it was worth a shot.
There isn't just a spell like put people back together, the spell. But if this was a situation where there was, doing this would have just given you that information. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hmm.
All right. You guys are fixing stuff up. You can make your skill checks if you'd like for repairs.
Yeah. And I assume this is going to be armor smithing?
Yeah.
Or
I think you have perhaps field armor or armor smithing, one of the two.
I have vehicle armor, which I believe.
I mean, it's
I
close
don't know
enough.
if that's, or robot mechanics. I have both.
Oh, I'd say probably robot mechanics, yeah.
And I'm trying to get under.
Trying to get under.
Well, I've got a 53 and I got a 53.
All right. I can't remember if that's a critical success or the exact failure point. Regardless, it works.
Let's go.
I think it's the one that's really good.
Okay.
If you hit it exactly.
Hell yeah.
And you can do a roll if you'd like on that robot horse, Farzan.
Yes, indeed. What am I rolling on this guy to identify what's wrong with him? Like robot mechanics,
Yeah, if you got that.
mechanical
then,
engineering.
Yep, if you got
like
that,
what?
whichever the higher one between those two are, I would say.
Okay, it's fine. Do mechanical engineering. I rolled a 15. My percentage is 49.
All right.
So
You essentially get, you know exactly what you need to do to fix it. You have your plan plotted out, and you do know that you need two specific parts that you can perhaps find somewhere in town. It
Okay,
does need a replacement part or two.
yep, sounds
they're
good.
not
I know, but I know
terrifically
the parts
expensive.
that I need.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
And for funniness sake, we'll say it's both eyes.
Sure.
All right, where do you go? What do you do?
Okay, so well, now that we know the parts, what is the store that would be likely to have these parts?
There was that electrical,
Probably-
specifically electrical engineering.
Probably Blank Tech. The computer repair, electrical engineering, programming, techie stuff.
Okay, let's hit that up.
Let's do it.
We're off.
All right. Get my pictures all ready here. Blank Tech, owned and operated by Oz Diadact. A classic Tremador with asymmetrical tri-lens glasses. Stores a mini warehouse of metal shelving units filled with random computer parts and tech junk. Some really old, some new, most in various stages of assembly. Cardboard boxes of cables and fans. Laptops, keyboards, and monitors all over the place. Most are on and halfway through something or other. And he talks like those guys from Mass Effect. Greetings, humans.
Yes.
Welcome to my humble shop. Here for all your technology and computer needs. If you have any questions, I direct you to my assistant, Trevor.
Very nice.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, I'm here looking for a couple of parts to fix a robot horse, specifically a Mustang, as a matter of fact. I've got the specific part numbers if you need them.
Oh, I should say, the assistant, Trevor. Pale, thin frame, messy hair, one cyber eye, nail polish, big black combat boots, fishnet sleeves with his thumbs hooked through the ends, ripped jeans, and a 9-inch male's t-shirt. chain wallet. He looks up from his laptop. What?
Specifically, I was looking for these parts here for a Mustang robot horse. We hand him over the part numbers.
Oh, fancy. He looks at them and types 10 key into a little thing. Aisle 6.
Appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
I hate this guy. I love him.
I hate this guy. I love it. All right, good. I got
Nice.
I got everything I was going for. You go way in the back, aisle 6. There it is. 2 refurbished cyber eyes for a robot horse. A little price tag on them. Go up. They're 10K each.
10K each. All right.
Oof.
Does anyone have a problem with us spending money to repair these horses? This horse.
Listen,
I have no issue.
I just dropped 50K. You do whatever you need to do.
I mean, cyber horse has got to cost 5 million somehow.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yep. Okay. Great. Excellent. I'll pick him up, take him back up to the counter.
All right. Cashes you out. Thank you for your
Mark off the
patronage.
currency.
Please
I love
enjoy
this
the
guy.
robot horse. Come
I
again
fully
next
intend to.
time. Oh, I lost my town picture. Where is it? There it is. All right, we're back.
Oh, town's gone.
Town's back. All
Oh,
right.
town's back.
That was Blank Tech that got your robot horse fixer stuff. Went to Northern Gun Outfitters, got yourself some disguises, random knickknacks, things like that, as well as a little kiln for MD recycling. You were
Good
looking
job.
for scopes and stuff, Orpheus, or
Mhm.
was that a
Yeah.
Yeah, we hit the gun store.
gun and done?
Gun store.
All right.
Gun and done.
Gun Done, owned and operated by Xander. Classic Psyx Alien. Big corrective glasses, bald gray trousers with the hems rolled up to show white socks, with red basketball shoes. Parenthetical, not fake.
Oh,
These J's are real?
I cast Sense J's.
Has a tattoo along his forearm of every bullet caliber in a lineup. T-shirt that reads, "Shoot first, ask questions of authority."
This dude rules.
This is the coolest draft dodger I've ever seen.
Hey, let me know if you need anything. We got the whole NG catalog of infantry arms. Store's got a full partnership. It's pretty sweet.
Sounds pretty sweet, my man.
Jesus. I say that out loud to Orpheus.
You can essentially, in this store, open up the Northern Gun one book and just whatever gun, small arms, infantry arms, stuff like that, or attachment or whatever, they got it. They're in a full
Gotcha.
partnership with NG, so they just got it.
Well, I really just need the attachments.
All right, they got them.
All right, a telescopic scope for 1K,
Catch register noise.
a crosshair sight for 500,
Yet another.
and a laser targeting the laser side thing for
Mhm.
2K.
All right, they got it. It's all in.
Sweet.
Okay, I will mark down the currency accordingly. I
1,000.
kept track as you were
thank yous.
talking.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much, Xander.
While he's doing this, I'm walking around picking up various arms, being fully power armed.
Mhm.
And it's like I pick up a pistol and it looks like a baby's toy in the gauntlet.
Looks like a little squirt gun.
I look dejected. Oh, too small.
Not big. All right, after you buy those scopes and stuff, hey, good shooting, bud. All right, I guess the if you're trying to go down the list of shops, Iron Giants is the power armor store, and Potent Potables is a big old grocery store. But if you don't got a
my
reason, you don't
feeling
got a
is,
reason.
yeah, exactly. I think we're probably okay for now, being that we don't eat and we don't have new power armor or new robot money at this point in time. We've got big spender at the local diner money, not big spender at the power armor store money.
Well, maybe a
Damn.
helmet, but no, I guess that's CS, so I wouldn't. Never
I mean,
mind.
we could. I don't see a problem if we look and see if they have a helmet.
Leave it to you. It's certainly not a problem if we want to stop in and check on their wares.
All right. Iron Giants.
See if they have anything that could, be a replacement helmet, I guess, for for a Samus.
Yeah, not a full suit. It's worth it.
The store is called Iron Giants. This door is even a little bigger than those other ones. Run by Clarence D. Shoot'em, a young Vintex warrior. Huge muscles bulging out of his tight gray workout sweatpants and an escape from Chi-Town wife beater. Double G blast power shake on the counter, Oakley shades, big watch. Open notebook where he's been drawing a picture of a dragon fighting a robot in pen. So, brother, what brings you in here this day? Dude, you look huge. Killer suit, bro. Iron Wing custom? That shit's hella sick. Whoa. I love what you done with the wings. Top of the line plus? I don't know what more we could help you with. Are you looking for an alternative rig? Smaller? Something for indoor use, buildings, underground, that kind of stuff?
You talking to me, man?
Yeah, he is talking to you because your armor is actually Northern Gun, so he like knows exactly about it.
Yeah.
Dude, you look huge.
No, I think I'm good.
Totally fair.
Am I good?
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. This guy threw me off.
No, we were just wondering if you had. I just want to do a quick mental check. Is asking for a Samus helmet and nothing else? Does that feel like it could be a red flag?
It
Is that
feels
a weird
like
thing to ask for?
so. It feels like you might use some sort of alternative words.
So, anyways, I shot this coalition guy in the face.
Yeah.
So
Blew his head off.
They could just however you want to word it, no big deal.
Actually, you might be able to help me out.
All right.
I've been restoring a set of Samus power armor just on my spare time. I like to do custom jobs. I gesture to all of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had a really hard time sourcing a helmet. You know how these things. Do you happen to have one? Doesn't have to be functioning. I can do the restoration myself.
Give me a trust intimidate if you have that.
I don't think I do. I do not.
All right, in which case, give me a D percentile.
Alrighty.
He's inclined, I think, to be amenable here.
Oh no, that is a 5.
No, that's good. We want to roll under the number.
Oh, gotcha.
That's actually very good. That's like perfect.
you did good, kid.
Mm-hmm.
You did a good job.
Yippee.
You're doing such a great job.
damn, dude, you know, it's really too bad, but, you know, it's an NG town and CS stuff, you know, we just don't really, and he's like writing down words on a piece of paper right now as he's telling you,
Yeah.
no. And it's like a type of armor that, there is one or two in the book where they kind of reverse engineered this and that, and it's really close to a Samus, and he listed out, and you know, we just don't deal in anything like that. But you know, if you're looking for NG stuff, you know, we got some real good stuff. And he essentially writes down like the exact name of a helmet that is an NG armor that would almost suspiciously fit that very well because it was reverse engineered for them to even make it in the first place.
Well,
And they got one on the showroom floor. There's a bunch of islands of, I should explain, I guess. There's a bunch of islands of like armor suits all over. It's like a showroom.
yeah. I assume he said he wrote this down so that he's not saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I gesture to the paper. Well, that's a real shame. But I appreciate you helping out. I don't know how to get across to him that I want to pay him.
Oh, well, that you would just go and buy the alternative helmet.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those like, yeah, no, I guess. But for this other suit of armor I have, man, you know, an NG helmet would be. Anyway.
What's the price on this?
It's actually a lot. It's like 65,000.
Woo.
Helmets have all the sensors and stuff.
They
big.
do. Well, I'd like to powwow with the boys.
Huddle up.
Let me talk to my associates real quick. Like I said, this is just a hobby for me, so let me see if we can swing it.
Oh, no sweat.
I fully turn fucking power armor back to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm as wide as a shed.
Well, I mean, I'll say I think it's honestly quite worth it. It would mean we have the capability to get that armor flying if we need it in the future. So I'm not opposed to it. I'll say that much.
I'm not opposed to it either. Farzan, what would it make our finances, like if we were to buy it, how much are we left with?
If we were to purchase this, we'd have a little under $500,000 left.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 480, something like that.
Yeah, basically.
Damn. All right, I think we can cut into destitution for a little bit in order to swing this.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems worth it to me.
I agree.
All right. Nice, dude. Cash register noise. Jupes, give me a perception as you walk out.
Yeah. I want to roll low, right?
Nope. Perception is a D20.
No,
Oh,
no, this one you
D20.
want to roll high.
Yeah.
This one
Weird, right?
specifically.
D20. Well, I got bad news, gang. That's a 6.
Oh, no problem. Perceptions come in 4 types: obvious, missable, obscure, and inscrutable. And this one was missable, so you do fail, but it was close. All right. Walk out into town.
Yep.
Where to next?
All right. Well, I've marked off the money, by the way. Well then, I suppose that our next logical thing is to try to sniff around and see if we can't locate this rogue scholar we've been looking for.
I think that is the next reasonable item to cut off our list.
All right, you got a whole bunch of areas. You got some bars, the Merc Bar, various, I guess, restaurants and stuff. Bunch of people walking around.
Is it safe to assume that with the repair roll that I made, my armor is back up to normal?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does go back up to full in this game.
Okay, cool. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to hitting up one of those bars, to be honest. I could use a
Yeah, I
drink.
agree. It's most likely most logical place. So seems fine to me.
All right, you got 2.5 choices. The best bar, which is Sand Dune Saloon. The worst bar, which is the library. And the Merc Bar, which is the legitimate businessman's social club.
Why don't we start at the legitimate businessman social club? Assumingly, he expected mercenaries to retrieve this item for him. So
Yeah,
why
yeah.
not?
You put out a merc call. Surely, places where mercs are is going to be the place to start. I agree.
Yep.
All right.
One would assume.
One would hope.
All right, you walk right in, and place is run by Doris. Doris looks to be in her mid-90s. Seems to have once been somewhat of a biker, and still dresses like it. Ancient, faded tattoos across leathery skin. Unlit marb red in her hand. Half-empty PBR on the counter next to a crochet she's been working on of rat fink in a hot rod.
Fucking love this lady.
Well, come right in, make yourselves at home. We got a Merc board I can check for you. Drinks I can make for you. Pool and slots in the back. Restrooms out of order. The flippin' dogs again.
I assume this place is big enough to accommodate
Particularly the
large
Merc bar
dude.
is for sure. Yeah. It even has like super reinforced like MD stools and just shit like that. Like a lot of stuff is kind of made out of MD here. Otherwise, place would fall apart if anyone tried to do anything. Even the pool cues. There's SD pool cues and MD ones just in case.
Hell yeah.
The place is. Oh, I've had this Psyx alien up the whole time.
This fucking furry.
mean-
Fucking dweebus.
I will die for that guy. What are you talking about? He rules.
He is a dweebus in parentheses. I would fight the entire CS
Yeah.
for him.
I would go back to Hell Planet.
There are only 2 mercs in here right now. A Quick Flex alien and the Silencer,
Oh,
Fucking excuse me?
who looks like a red stormtrooper.
I'm sure that's fine.
Does he call
yeah.
himself that?
Yes.
Everybody's got to have a thing.
Yeah.
Everyone needs a
suppose.
thing. I have a tiny question
Mhm.
that would be known if I had asked, but so when I cast spells, right, there is a physical component, there's a spoken component. It is in no way subtle and incognito.
Correct. Spells are, I believe, always very obvious.
Yeah, very explicitly.
It's
But-
psionics that are sometimes not.
Yeah. But this channeling PPE to my tattoos in any way subtle?
I think it basically casts the spell
Okay.
for the most part. What is
Just
it?
wanted to.
Like, what is it?
I was going to channel into my 3 eyes tattoo in order to gain perfect vision, plus a myriad of other things.
Sure.
But only
I
if
believe
it's...
in the description of the tattoos, it mentions like explicit stuff like like a glowing eye floats above your head and like all this super obvious stuff. I believe magic is not subtle, really.
Magic is not subtle. That's for sure. Then I will hold off
All right.
on that.
No problem. All right, you walked inside. Nobody's in the back. Nobody's in the slots. It's just you got 2 mercs in there right now and Doris. And the restroom in the back, which indeed does have one of those little yellow triangle things on the floor in front of it. Dog hair can be seen underneath the door, slightly askew.
Hmm. Well, I guess we can ask the lady
So,
in
so let me
charge.
ask an out of character question
Sure.
here. Out of character. So we across the panoply that is Rifts and the things that are on offer and to do in Rifts,
Mhm.
The 3 of us cover a variety of bases: technical, the psionic, the magic.
Mhm.
Is anybody any good at talking to people? Does anybody have those skills and/or a high MA or even PB?
The party
My-
face is what you're thinking of, yeah.
Correct. Do we have a face man?
And
So,
oh, go ahead.
no, I don't know that I have much elucidation on that.
Anyone who wants to step into that role may. Don't feel like you're stepping on people's toes. It's fine. You can even conglomerate, I don't know, talk as a group if it makes you more comfortable. Do what you will.
Well, sure. All right, so back into character.
Yeah.
All right, well, we clearly need to ask some questions here. Orpheus, I don't suppose you have some kind of spell, a glamour of sorts that would make people appealing, that would make you appealing and or easy to talk to people.
Okay. So you would think there are
You know any wizards who do?
Yeah, I know many with similar abilities to mine. However, I'm the one that you have. Comma, please appreciate it.
I'm going to take your long-winded answer as a no. You do not have those magical capabilities.
Not for even 1% of a second.
Well then, I'll be making a list here of your just so I can remember of what exactly the borders are of your magical.
You weren't born psychic, were you?
So far, it's mostly borders. No, I wasn't.
Unlucky.
Yeah. Hey, it's a 20%. Didn't have it. That's fine.
Well, I'm
Doing it
happy
the
to go
old-fashioned
ask
way
around.
is no big deal.
I will sidle up and do this the old-fashioned way.
All right.
I will ask Doris for. I'll just do this in character. Doris. First of all, drinks on offer. I was hoping to get around for myself and my friends over here.
Oh, sure thing. What'd you drink?
Oh, well, I was thinking whatever the equivalent is of your top shelf, we'll be more than happy to take.
All right.
Something in the bourbon department is generally my preference if it's available.
She turns around and gets actually a pretty good bourbon.
Nice.
Pours
Very good.
Pours it for you how you like. I don't know if you do the ice thing, whatever. She makes it pretty well. And pretty well.
Yeah, neat is of course what we would prefer.
She does so and kind of looks at the other two.
Like anyone who doesn't have a order ready immediately, I panic slightly and she said she had a half finished PBR on the bar top. I'll just point at the can and one of those places.
Yeah, you point at something you're already looking at. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, a connoisseur. All right.
me get 3 shots of tequila.
All right. Tink, tink, tink. Puts them out.
It does not have to be good tequila.
She does so, gives you a little lime. Or, wait, lemon? Which one is it? I can't remember.
Lime.
Lime. A salt shaker next to it. And puts a tall boy PBR in front of Orpheus. Cracks
you hear
it
the
and
loud
swivels it.
pneumatic hiss as I pop the helmet off.
It's all very nice, except the PBR. But that's what you paid for.
Yum. It's not about everything tasting good. It's just about flavor. Because it's not for nutrition.
What brings you to town?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We're looking to meet somebody. Specifically, we are all like, as there's like, as she's pouring these drinks and she slides them all across. What is the tab? Just, this is out of character. Like, what does this come to?
It's pretty small. It's like, I don't know, 60 or something like that.
Okay. Very good. I will slide 200 credits across to her as though I'm paying for the drinks. And we're looking for man we're supposed to meet. I don't really have much in the way of information, sadly. There was as I'm sure you're quite familiar, one of those kind of less you know the better situations. We're looking for a rogue scholar.
Out of character, you do have, since this was an open job, all the Merc database jobs are like numbered and stuff, and so you can.
Oh, okay, cool. So we got
you can give her the actual number for it, and she did say that she's got a Merc board she can look stuff up in. So.
Okay, great. So I will say exactly that thing. Yes. A rogue scholar relates to this job. I'll give her the job number.
All right, and because you're like in a repeater town, the shit just updates like continuously. You can even make actual like straight up long distance phone calls and stuff as long as it's to another person that happens to be in like a repeater town connected.
Ooh.
So you can make like live calls to stuff. You might consider rolling a what is it called? Radio counter, what is it? Cryptography. There's some like things so that you can have encrypted calls. I think the smuggler has it. It's possible. Farzan has it. Countermeasures, I think that's it. But yeah, you can, because you're in a repeater town, as long as you're calling somebody else who's in like a real place, you can potentially have a live call. And her Merc board updates live and everything like that. And so she looks that one up. Oh, it's for Maeve. You guys did that?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's so nice someone came to help her. That job was a little out of our league in a town this small. And this town owes her so much, it would have been nice to give back. Oh, I still remember when I was a little girl. Oh, here we go. Her working on those solar panels in her workshop. I'd always ask her so many questions, and she answered all of them without a fuss. Though I was probably slowing her down. Made a great rhubarb pie, too. Never had anyone quite melt the sugar on top like that since. Oh dear, she never was the same after her daughter. Johnny, okay, the quick flex alien. Doris, you're oversharing again. You shut up, Johnny Kaplinski. Your dad's an alcoholic. Yeah, so are you. She turns back to you. I'm sorry. She lives outside town a little bit to the west. Be patient with her. A trait that comes easier to heroic folk, I guess.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Big smile.
Much appreciated.
I would kill everyone in this town to protect this lady.
The town seems to be full of good folk. We're happy to help anybody we can, yeah.
Oh. She says something about like, oh, this generation is all right, or something like that. You know, the world's in good hands. Blah blah blah.
Unless you two fine gentlemen have anything we want to talk to the silencer about, I think I'm ready to go meet.
No, this guy looks like a fucking
Yeah.
dork.
The
You say
silencer.
he's really into KOTOR, dude. Don't worry about it.
I absolutely want to believe that that dude is just like really like found some old Star Wars stuff and was just like,
Yeah.
this is it.
This is my shit.
Mhm.
I am him now.
He thinks it's like real history or something,
Yeah.
like reels of old war.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, we'll go meet her. We'll go meet Maeve.
All right.
Yeah.
Back to the ATV driving out.
That sounds
yeah,
good to
how
me.
far away is it? Yeah.
It's a bit outside of town. It's a drive.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not gonna really take you anywhere. It's just it's far enough that walking would be a pain, and it's well outside of town next to some rock stuff.
Oh, you guys can't fly?
No. Sorry, I can only teleport across the country. Jesus. No
Yeah,
pleasing these people.
All right. A bit outside of town, there's an old path to a squat stone building nestled in the shadows of some large rock formations. Easily missable unless you were already like halfway hit there. The front, oh shit, I don't think Crusader No Remorse needs to stay up there for what was I saying? The front is mostly a facade with an open doorway. Once under the canopy of stone, your eyes adjust to see a narrow corridor which opens into somewhat of a tech graveyard. Robotics, ceramic, and steel armor plates, car batteries, solar panels in various states of repair, and two old workbenches that are really just treated plywood over sawhorses. It's pleasantly cool in the shade, but damp, and you can hear running water. Shielded wires crisscross 12 feet above, with a few hook lights hanging at the joints, although they are currently off. There's an outdoor kitchen area in the corner with counters carved into the stone, a sink, and a charcoal grill made out of a 50-gallon drum, cut in half with a cutting torch and given hinges. There's a forest green picnic table not far from the counters. A screen door screwed into the wall blocks a path to the left. And there you have it. It's kind of a outdoor but under rock stuff sort of area here.
Mm.
No lights on, no signs, anything.
Mm.
What time of day is it?
Probably almost certainly sunset. Just so it looks extra cinematic when you're driving across the desert.
Ooh. Okay, but it's not so dark that it's out of place for no lights to be on.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
We'll head up then.
Yeah.
Give a little knock.
Yeah. Roll on up.
Or you give a little knock, but that screen door just kind of swings. It doesn't have any sort of lock on it.
Mm.
And within, it's like a 20-foot walk through, stone stuff, I suppose, kind of outdoorsy. And it goes to a bathroom with like an outhouse with a waterfall. Turns a little bit and you see like a sleeping area. But everything's just sort of empty. And it's just that.
Hmm.
Mm.
But not around.
Does it look like there was a struggle?
No. No, nothing of the sort. It looks pretty peaceful, kind of like a outdoor camping site, except a long, long time version of it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff has been used recently as you look around. Oh, I suppose since you're looking around, how about some perceptions?
You got it.
I can make a perception. 5.
9.
12.
All right. With a 12, hold on, is 12 the number that I'm looking for?
Oh.
Yeah. So with a 12, those crisscrossed wires that are kind of above you that they're hanging stuff from.
Mm.
Ahem. 2 or 3 of them kind of go into the rocks. And little tiny pinholes almost in one of the walls. And everywhere else they just kind of bounce off at an angle, so sort of hooked in.
And like if you pull on them, you would potentially open something. Is that what you're saying? Like they're hooked into something on the other side? Is that what you mean?
No,
Or...
they just go into the rock at a certain point on what is otherwise a pretty nondescript wall.
Okay. Well, let me just do some stuff here real quick. Let's first off, let's do a little. I assume nothing's invisible because I can see invisible, so I assume there's nothing invisible around.
Correct.
We'll do a little search for any supernatural evil in the immediate area.
All right.
What are we? Any supernatural evil around?
If you have the doll with you, yes. If you don't, no.
I do not. We do not have the. Do we bring the dolls with us?
I think I've been leaving the dolls in the truck, and I think if we're just meeting this lady,
yeah, we wouldn't have them with us initially.
Yeah.
So no. Okay. Cool. And then finally, this is like a living room we're in right now that we're looking at. Is that right?
Yeah, it's got like it's sort of an outside with an overhang, right? So there's dirt and rock floor. It's sort of open air, but there's an overhang. But it is somewhat of like a kitchen, living area / workshop, just sort of big old room.
Okay. Is there any personal affects around that might have belonged to her? Like, is there a couch or a chair where she normally would have sat, or
there's a green picnic table right next to the
stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go over to that and like, I'm going to attempt to catch her scent. Okay, or like the scent of the person who lived here, right? So something they would use regularly is just easier to pick it up from.
Sure,
right?
go ahead.
Like so a chair they sat in regularly and so on. Okay. I got a 39%, which is well below what I need, which is 72.
All right. You do indeed pick up her scent.
Okay.
It's just all over the place. She lives here.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Something else
Figures
to
much.
note, perhaps, is that there are no other scents whatsoever.
That was going to be my next question. Yes. Okay. So, like, because once I've identified her, I can then separate out everything else that isn't her, but it's just her, basically. And then other inorganic scents, I assume, right? So, machinery and things like that. Okay. With that all out of the way, can we investigate the little... Oh, sorry.
One other thing. There isn't even any scent of, like, food or anything. In like, forever. So, it's just her scent. No one else, no food, no even traces of anything like that. Animals, anything. Anyway, go on. I didn't want to...
I am going to summon a phantom. Then 30. I will, spend some time and command it to voluntarily allow me to siphon off 70% of its total 100 PPE.
Yes.
And then I'm going to command it to search the area for hidden things. I believe that's something I can command it to do just in general.
While he was on that, I was going to go investigate the wire situation, like these wires running into
Sure.
the wall of the rock or whatnot.
Locate secret compartments / doors. 89%
Nice.
is what I will command it to do.
Good
Ooh,
Phantom.
it has that? Ooh, big.
It has that straight
Big
up.
percentile. Okay. Well, it seems like both of you are kind of doing the same thing. So both roll it.
I got 33 out of 89%.
All right. And
I was going to say the Phantom finds it.
All right.
I'm good.
The Phantom manages to find a little bit of an outline and wipes dust and stuff away. There is indeed a secret door.
It's just a secret room.
And a little keypad.
What? Does it go down? Does it go up? Does it go sideways? Like where is the door directionality? Where is it theoretically going?
Either forward or down. It couldn't go up too high. The rock formations go up pretty good, but perhaps down.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there's
it's
like
a closed
enough
secret
rock
door,
that it could have been going way up. But okay, got it. Okay.
What kind of keypad is it? Like, is it 1 to 9 with 0? Is it numbers?
Yeah,
Is it
1 to 9
letters?
0.
Okay. Farzan, would you be able to figure out the last time this Maeve would have touched this thing?
Oh, is it time?
Is it time? I'm just curious if that's something that we are capable of determining.
I mean, not exactly. I can get close, I suppose. I can give it a shot.
You can use your scent, and if you roll really well, you can give an educated guess, maybe.
Exactly. That's yes. I'm sure I can narrow it
smells
down to
disperse
like a
over
day
time,
ago
so you
or
could
a year ago or something. Yeah. I did not roll really well.
Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Not sure.
Okay. Well,
Is this
worth a
is this a
shot.
brain dance?
It's time to BD. All right. I'm going to cast retro viewing.
Mm-hmm.
So that is.
And for the audience, what does that do?
So the text of this spell is the ability to glimpse a few minutes of past events. There is no sound, only visual images, and only the spellcaster can see the images. The wizard can look at any specific span of time he desires. For example, it is 6 p.m. A 3rd level character can observe what happened in a specific room from only a few minutes ago to up to 3 hours ago. Thus, he can cast the spell to watch what occurred between 3 o'clock and 3:03, or any selection of 3 minutes between 3 and 6.
All right.
So it's X hours in the past for X minutes, where X is your level.
Sure.
What that text means is literally the brain dance from Cyberpunk, the video game.
Yeah. All right, you're gonna cast
1
this.
minute and 1 hour. Is that right?
2 minutes and 2 hours.
2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We level 2.
So you're gonna go back 2 hours.
I'm gonna go back 2 hours and scan 2 minutes.
And start scrubbing this footage. And in the interest of time, this will eventually work.
Let's go.
So you go back something like 2 hours ago. And you see, from your vantage point, the door open up. And then you're on fast forward, person moving around. Cast the spell 2nd time. Right after that, you see the keypad being punched. And you know the combination.
What's the combination?
And the lady looks like this.
Oh.
It's a really long combination, and I'm not going to
Okay.
invent the numbers, but you just know it.
Okay.
Spell ends. What do you do?
So if I can see her, while I'm viewing her, is there like I would think a post-apocalypse check, but any specific, just does her aesthetic tell me something, like jump out as, of course someone who looks like this is, this is something about that aesthetic or about something on her person. Just trying to glean information potentially.
Looks
just
like a
from
rogue.
quick glance.
Looks like a rogue scholar, I guess.
Okay. All right, I will key it in. It's real long, but I'll still do the whole darn thing.
All right. Wall slides across. Ding. It leads to a cave. It's big, plenty easy to fit whatever in it. And it goes down. Do you follow?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, the path big enough for armor, parenthetical,
Important.
leads further in and down. With those wires above you now nailed at intervals to the stone. Dark, no lights, but the dampness of the openish main area above is gone. As you descend, the rough walls are replaced by worked, smooth stone. At a point, loculi begin to appear in the walls. They are empty for a while, but as you continue, they become populated by more and more and more dolls. Porcelain dolls, bisque dolls, rag dolls, stuffed, clay, matryoshka, Seminole, Hoko, African, and yes, some Kachina dolls. Everybody perception.
I hate this immediately.
No, this is very normal core.
Oh, let's go. 18.
Very nice. 17.
Oh.
All right, we got a 7, we got a 17, and an 18, right?
That's right.
Yes.
All right, that's enough for all of them. Easter eggs. You also see the following dolls. One troll with neon green hair. A Furby. Chucky. And Malibu Stacy with hat.
Nice. So these are all like in terms of what's going on here, these are all actually legitimate sort of pre-riffs artifacts that this person has.
Some of them are pre-riffs. Some of them are maybe post-riffs.
Okay. Got it.
Continuing?
Well, good. Yeah. I mean, one can't say that the Scala doesn't have a particular aesthetic that they favor. That's for sure.
That's
No
for
Funko Pops.
sure. Thank God.
A minute in, hundreds. A few minutes in, thousands of them.
Ugh.
This would take a lifetime to collect. Grinding noises that start and stop randomly echo to you from the depths. As you approach the base of it, this has been a long walk, windy and twisty. A grand 20-foot archway opens up to a huge circular cavern almost 1,000 feet across and 100 or more above, sporadically lit by hook lights and 3 big central-facing floodlights on tall poles. The dolls continue around the whole area's walls, but what is in the center is a shock. A carnival! Bright, colorful coats of paint, animatronics, stalls with stripy tent tops, games, a 90% constructed Ferris wheel in the center with pods for it stacked up against the rear wall. The grinding continues and you can see a shower of sparks falling from a bright spot at the 3 o'clock position atop the Ferris wheel. As you enter, it abruptly stops, and the shift of light and shadow reveals a golden dragon who had been wielding its fiery breath and scraping with its index claw, like a welding torch. It sees you and beats its mighty wings one time to fly, transforming midair to land before you as the woman you saw. Beautiful woman in robes, red hair done up in a tight bob with a serious expression on her face. Now how did you little things get past my door? Her look changes to amusement.
Well, I believe the answer's magic, frankly. Can't rightly say exactly what the answer was, but Orpheus, magic, I suppose.
I just gazed into the past. Nothing impressive.
You can see her roll a lore magic. Remote viewing. Well, it's a clever one, I guess. Shall I eat you, or what is your business here? I'm so curious.
Hopefully not. That would be a unfortunate outcome to what was otherwise shaping up to be quite a pleasurable day. No, we're here because we've completed a mission that you had requested. Specifically, something around the collection of a few unusual, specifically unusual Kachina doll.
Well, let's see him.
I don't rightly have it on me. It is a thing of sort of ineffable evil and has a partner with it that is sort of inexplicably good. We will need to retrieve it, but we wanted to know the nature of the thing before exactly we just started walking around with these things. They are a bit unnerving, to say the least.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, we found one that was sort of a, I don't know, a supernatural evil creature, and then we found another one that was supernaturally good. They seem to operate in some kind of, I don't know, yin-yang kind of situation.
She looks startled and shaken. And just says, please.
Tell you what, let me go ahead and I'll retrieve it from the vehicle. How long is the walk back upstairs? I mean, we took the car out here, so how long is the walk upstairs?
It's a while, but you're really fast if you want to be.
Yeah, sure. So, if you don't mind, I'll run upstairs and grab it. If it's all right to bring both of them here.
I think that's fine. I mean, that's what we're here for.
All right. Well, knowing we're dealing with a dragon, does make me, I will say, a little more confident that who we're handing this over to is someone with the wherewithal not to do something too stupid. So, back in a moment. I will zip upstairs, then I will zip downstairs. I will retrieve the two dolls.
Mm-hmm.
I will keep them in their lockbox. I will not be touching them.
Mm-hmm. In the interim, however many seconds that takes, she's kind of talking to herself. She's kind of psyching herself down. It's fine. This happened before. It doesn't mean anything, but it might be. And she's pacing.
Is there? You seem to have an idea of what's going on. Is there something we can do to more fully perform the job you've put out?
I don't know. At about this time, Farzan returns.
All right, well, both of the dolls are in this box. As I said, they are, well, you can see for yourself. I'll hand it over and I'll pop open the box, basically, on it. Is there, like, a table? Like, she's down here working in some kind of shop, right?
Of all places, you could put this on, like, some like, carnival game table or something like that. World building. Dragons instantly and immediately recognize their kin. You unlatch the box, and she's like, Oh my god, it's really her. And the two dolls speak out in unison. Everyone can hear them. Mama! It is at this moment she kind of completely loses it. Tears of joy. Just a bit unhinged, actually, eventually, but she, after a minute, she pulls herself together. I have been looking for so long. Her voice echoes across the walls of like 10,000 incorrect dolls. She suddenly gets very serious and points at Orpheus Vayu. You. Draco Amicus, Atlantean.
Yes, ma'am.
The curse prevents me from directly acting. She's still trapped in there and split in twain besides. Can you make a power circle? There's a ritual.
I am able to draw a circle of protection.
Superior?
Oh, as if there were any others in my repertoire.
She reaches into
This
her
he can-
robes.
This he can do.
Yeah.
Making a
Yeah.
simple set of clothes.
Do not ask him to make an illusion, please.
He only does real stuff. None of this illusion.
I only do
business.
real magic, not carnival nonsense.
She reaches
Sorry.
into her robes, pulls out a hand comp, and pushes a button. A spell book pops into being in front of her, complete with funny noise, party popper streamers, and some glitter. She awkwardly pauses. I regret putting those in. It doesn't really fit the emotion now that it's actually happening. Anyway, page 42 for the material components, 43 through 143 for the somatic and verbal. She puts the spellbook on the ground and backs away.
I go directly to those pages and see what is required. Although I know that there is a PPE requirement, which I will need to meditate in order to regain that much. And will actually need a little more.
All right, material components needed. Who's ready for a fetch quest? Let's go.
Ooh, me.
Me.
2 patches of fresh yellow Sarcosuchus hide. 1 cathode ray tube. 1 entire ass boat. A tea kettle. 2 Rubik's cubes. Quantum physics textbook. 1 picture of a dragon. And just under 1,000 peanut butter candies.
Huh.
Orpheus, did you say a whole boat?
I believe I did.
It's listed as nice boat.
Nice boat.
In parentheses, real.
This is a very eclectic assortment.
Also written in the tome is what appears to be a true name, which is also needed for this. And it is Suki Akari.
Nice bow.
She looks slightly away from all of you. Can't leave them here. That would mean that I have them. Can't directly ask.
Well, so we need to take them with us and retrieve the rest of these items. That'll allow Orpheus to be able to break the enchantment, I suppose, then? Am I understanding the sequence of events here properly, Orpheus?
That seems to be the entire case.
Yeah, you look at the 100 pages of stuff you have to do. This will require some study, but you think you can pull it off. It is, oh my god, I have it written somewhere here. the actual spell. Anyway, I'll find it in a second.
Where are we gonna get a boat?
The spell is called Recombination and Extraction of Specific Entity, level 13. 1000 PPE.
Oy.
However, shifters cast it at half off.
Oh, let's go!
It is a custom spell, and it needs be customized per specific entity you are recombining and extracting from a cursed prison.
Yeah, I'm in.
Seems as though we've gone this far. I don't know any reason why we'd stop now. If this is quite legitimately her kin, then my goodness, I think we've got a responsibility to make sure that this is solved or remedied whatever way we can.
My people have never failed the proud dragon folk in our entire history, and I will not be the first one to do so.
Yeah, it was kind of neat that we have not only just a true Atlantean who dragons kind of know of, right, but also a Draco Amicus one, and so she like personally immediately recognized you for what you were.
Nice.
I know what you are.
Oh, hey, give me just for world building, if you got a lore, geez, what is it, Demons and Monsters, I guess, for dragons?
Demons and monsters or fairies / magic creatures?
Oh, fairies, creatures of magic. Pardon me. Yeah, that is more proper.
Okay, only got a 92% on that one. And my roll is a 66.
All right.
We're well under.
You get technically a bonus to this as well because that's what you are. This is this is an adult royal frilled dragon.
Ooh.
And so in Rift's Earth, dragons are kind of a big deal. A not entirely a kind of overpowered class you can play in the base book is a hatchling dragon that has been alive for approximately 17 minutes. And they get like times 10 to everything once they're adult. Anyhow, kind of cool.
Kind of a deal. A big deal.
Now, you may or may not have written all that shit I just said down. I have it written down so you can...
Okay.
And at this moment, 2.5 hours in, we're about to go on a big old scavenger hunt. Let's go. So, I'm going to do a short intermission here. Get up, stretch your feet, get a drink. I'll put it on the BRB screen for, we'll say, 5 minutes. And return for the absolute fetch questing.
Let's go!
Fetch quest. Oh.
Fetch quest. Let's go!
All right, chat. Hey, thanks for watching. We'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors, which is just me.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New Simple Pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural pure athlete, yeah. Instead of point. New delicious all natural Simple Pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
There's never been an ice cream like it. All right. I'll give us a little time to mosey back in. Sorry, mosey back on.
Becky.
I just blasted a beetle with a can of Raid. Blew that little guy's mind.
Fuck me.
We shouldn't have been in my kitchen.
Hey, that's what would probably happen if you got on Maeve's bad side. Big.
Oh my god, big dude, big.
Oh,
wait, I have a...
I'm big now.
Where is it?
I'm big now.
I'm big now.
Let's go.
Let's go. Where's the other one?
Hey, whoa, big. Dude, a big.
Dude, I'm big.
Do a big. Flibbit, can I hear you breathe normally? The average Plibbit inhaler.
That's my Oshi.
Let's go. That's my streamer.
I was here.
I was here. More. My Plibbit hat finally shipped.
Oh yeah, nice.
I don't care about anything else I own. I want that hat. I'm that and then one hat away from completing my collection.
Oh,
I've got
collection.
a big hat. I've got a Fuzzwitch hat. I'll have I forgot I had it, but I have just the HeyWoah Twitch hat.
Mm-hmm.
I have a big red hat that says cock on it.
Nice.
And then the last hat I need is blue, and it says, "Please be patient. I have autism."
Nice. Perfect.
I'm gonna wear it when Jupes picks me up from the airport.
Oh man, I gotta bring out some of those old hats I used to wear. The red and yellow Get Smoked hat from P5.
It's smoked.
The white Bipus hat from Persona 4.
The custom job.
Yeah. That shit costs like $75 from China. I had to find a country that didn't give a fuck about copyright because it was too close to the Adidas logo. I know, it's Bipus. That's the funny
That's
part.
the joke.
That's the joke.
That's the joke. Explanation. That's the joke.
Delighted greeting. Feigned
Fucking love that
surprise. I didn't think that would happen.
The last thing you want in your Burger King.
Burger King Rift lettuce. Or Bubgerkurg.
I'm a Spubby fan myself. I like to eat freef.
Eat freef.
Yeah. Number 11. Did you see it?
Did you see it? That might have been a little fleck of dust, or maybe it was some kind of creature.
All right. Well, while we wait for our fourth member to mosey back. How you guys doing?
No, I'm here.
How you
I'm
feeling?
ready.
Oh, he's back. All right.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Let me get
I've
the
been
game
here the whole
hat back on here.
Never
Sorry.
been more back. No,
Yeah,
you're
I've been here
pandering.
the whole time. I
Oh,
thought you guys
shit.
were all catching up.
I kept clicking Discord and I saw that your mic was muted, and I'm like, okay, mic muted means AFK.
No, Mike muted just meant I didn't want to cause noise. But
Sure.
yeah, ready to go. So let's talk about this list of things we gotta retrieve here.
Yeah,
So,
two patches.
What's the full list?
2 patches of fresh yellow Sarcosuchus hide.
All right, let's just pause right there.
Sarcosuchus.
Mm-hmm.
That's spelled phonetically. I will never be able to search that
Yeah,
correctly.
That's fine.
Okay.
Sarcosuchus. Anyone with lore monsters or whatever can figure out.
I
what
have
that
lore
is.
monsters.
That ain't me.
Yeah, you're gonna need to tell us what that is.
And monsters. 52 out of 59.
Okay. That is a giant crocodile.
It's a
And I mean giant.
Right?
Frequents the dinosaur swamp area of Florida.
Great.
Or wherever.
Where are we?
Basically in Tulsa area.
And that's
Gotcha.
Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if there was another Tulsa that no one told me about.
It's fine. We have a wizard.
It's fine.
He can't make any illusions, but he can hop, skip, and jump.
Sorry, I can't do illusions and shit. I can just look through time and teleport. I'm doing my best, guys.
Fortunately, there's only one Tulsa. Oh, big chip. Nice.
One big chip.
Nice Dorito.
Big chippin'.
Doritos chip.
How long must we wait for the one known as Big Chippin'?
Big chip.
Anyway, so 2 patches of fresh yellow, essentially giant croc hide.
Yep. So we're gonna have to go somewhere in the dinosaur swamp of Florida. Okay, got it.
1 cathode ray tube.
So just like a CRT light or a
Yeah.
CRT
Yeah.
tube, like from a monitor,
Like a. We looking at a
an old TV.
6L6 or
Doesn't specify. Just a cathode ray tube. Apparently any type will do.
AX7.
1 boat. Parenthetical
Just-
nice.
Okay, so we just have to find a relatively nice boat.
Right.
It does not specify a size.
Yeah, it could be like a
does
toy
say,
boat, right?
It does say real. in
Oh,
parentheses.
okay.
Mm,
Parentheses real, parentheses nice. Okay, so we can't get like a nice toy because that was where my mind went
Yeah.
immediately.
Something easy to carry? No, that won't be allowed.
Okay,
Oh.
got it.
I mean, I could carry a boat.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
1 tea kettle.
Any weird requirements on that, or just
Nope,
just tea kettle?
Just a tea kettle.
I got a feeling that one's going to be the tough one.
2 Rubik's cubes. 1 quantum physics textbook. 1 picture of a dragon. There's no parenthetical good or real on this one, by the way.
Mm.
And just under 1,000 peanut butter candies.
Okay.
Mm.
And those are the things. Most of these can probably get picked up around here, but man, that yellow Sarcosuchus hide. Sahelanthropus. Where do we start? What do we do?
Well, why don't we work from hardest to easiest?
Tend to agree. I don't suppose you can teleport us to Florida.
Well, it would take a couple jumps, but I can get us there eventually. We just have to find a nexus point as a starting position.
Yeah. And you guys got here via Nexus. And so it would be no big deal to drive over to that Nexus point and get on getting on.
Oh, me?
It would
I
just
only
work.
fly Air Nexus. It just works.
Mm.
Okay, that's doable. In terms of getting there,
Mm-hmm.
And then it just has 2 patches, so we only need to kill 1 yellow.
Yeah, this isn't like WoW. It's not going to be you're killing 18 of them and the damn thing's
might not
eyes are
even need
always
to kill it.
splattered.
We don't need to kill it. We just need to cut its skin off.
Yeah.
Depending on how they regenerate, which plenty of things in the swamp are prone to do, where you may very well be right, but
This might even be completely basic to the point of stupid question, but do crocodiles like shed their skin at all like other reptiles?
They do.
They do.
So so maybe we don't even need to kill nothing.
if we get lucky.
We can get lucky. Me? I get lucky.
All right, is this the one you want to do first?
I
think
the
so,
one we wanna
yeah.
do first? Okay.
I believe this makes sense. How many jumps do you think it'll take us to get there?
It depends entirely on the distance between nexus points between us and there. Could I do if you want me to make a check, or if I would just have a good idea, I can make a lore magic maybe. Just
Yeah,
to
give me a
rough
lore
estimate.
dimension. Is this magic or
do-
dimensions? Kind of both, really. Whichever one's higher.
Kinda both.
Whichever one's
The higher is dimension, so I got an
Yeah, go
82
ahead.
in that.
82.
Get it with a 56.
All right. You know, it'd take like 3 jumps. Not a big deal.
Yeah, 3 jumps.
The slowest part would be getting to the nexus point in the first place, but it wasn't that far away from Repeater Town 7.
Mm-hmm.
Repeater Town 7, by the way, not along a ley line. The 4 are kind of rotated X-wise, and then Repeater Town 7 is a bit off from it, but not, in one of the triangles that aren't.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to build a town this small on a ley line.
And how's
You got
our...
no defenses for it.
Let me make a decision here. We got 2 hours 46 in. Yeah, we can... If this is the first one you want to do, we can fast forward a little bit. And time passes in game. Get to a nexus point. Slurp the juice. Get up enough PPE. Open up a massive rift teleportation spell. Big giant pentagram on the ground. Blue rip and tear opens up the whole ATV. Everybody goes in. Appears in a place along that ley line. Appears in a place along another ley line. And finally, a third. You appear in 1.5 feet of sludgy muck water. Huge cypress trees with thick squid-like roots rise out of the marsh all around you. This particular nexus is ringed in Stonehenge structures, made out of stacked and wired together ICBMs. Ancient. A very tall humanoid figure, draped in robes of moss and lichen, but with arms and legs of gnarled Trent limbs, turns to face you. One of his long, triple-jointed tree arms grips an entire young birch as a staff. Under his robes, you can see a stained t-shirt with a peace sign on it. Who goes there?
Are we still in the vehicle at this point?
Necessarily, Orpheus is outside of it to cast the spell.
Okay, so Orpheus
You could be in
stand
or
on
out of
top
it, your
thing,
option.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm picturing him literally like standing on top of it, like as
What he does is he essentially floats in midair, casting mighty magics, slightly on top of it, we'll say, and then you guys can be in it or out of it, whatever, just as long as you're in the circle.
In my head, it's kind of like the flamethrower guitar guy from Fury Road.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Except with
Strapped
lightning
in.
shooting out of everything as it connects to this rift.
You are our doof warrior. Yes, I agree.
Exactly.
Coma the Doof Warrior.
So that's fine. I mean, I'll be in the driver's seat. I'll lean out, look up at you. How tall is this thing that's asking us a question?
Okay, so this is a humanoid figure, but it's kind of like he's wearing tree power armor in a way.
Okay.
He's a good, I don't know, 13 feet
Got
up.
it. So it's not, it's still a normal human in there,
Yeah.
but he's wearing tree. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, with
I was thinking the tree itself was doing this. Okay. We're looking for a very large alligator. Orpheus, what's this thing we're looking for?
It's a crocodile.
Is there a difference?
Sarcosuchus, something like that.
A sarcosuchus.
That's what they put those mummies in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bury it. We're looking
What's a
for
mummy?
a yellow sarcosuchus.
Specifically, we're looking for the skin.
We just need the skin. We don't need the whole thing.
You have come to the right place.
Yeah.
Do you have any nukes?
Kind of.
Weapons?
Like nuclear
I reference
bombs?
again, this particular nexus is ringed in Stonehenge structures made out of ICBMs
Oh boy.
that are wired together.
Boy.
Oh. Oh.
No, we don't. We don't generally travel with nuclear weapons. Why, is that a requirement of some kind here?
Good man. Good man. So you are friend and not foe.
I hope so. We didn't come here for any other purpose than the best of intentions. I certainly don't want any fighting. No, we certainly don't want any of this situation.
We don't want to be in a nuke fight, sir. We just want to get the skin and leave this mighty, wonderful, beautiful swamp to its own devices.
Oh.
A recent survivor of a nuclear explosion ourselves, I can say I'm not looking forward to experiencing a second one anytime soon.
He looks at you, and suddenly the haze of maybe some insanities and stuff go away. And he gets very serious for a moment and begins to cast a quick spell. Can you speak those words again?
Certainly. I said, I'll speak louder because to mine it would seem like he was asking me to repeat because he didn't hear me, right? So I'll say, yeah, as the recent survivors of a nuclear explosion, we certainly don't want to be experiencing anything like that again anytime soon.
Good grief.
Could you hear me?
Good grief.
Do I need to speak louder, sir?
It's true, he says, shocked.
Oh no.
It's true. He
Yes,
claps his normal hands and his big Trent hands. The nuke walkers.
Oh no.
He throws his arms out and kind of spins a slow circle. Do you see them? I collect them from travelers as my own de-armament campaign. The blood druids are almost extinct out here thanks to me. They were hoarding the damn things. Now their bodies feed the trees. You do not carry them, but you survive them. I shall help you.
Wonderful. We're glad to hear it.
However, this is my nexus and my swamp. Solve my riddle first. He waits for an affirmative.
Sure. What? I'll slide up out of the I'm picturing this like the sort of General Lee where the windows are down. And you can just I'll just slide out, know, over the window.
It's easier than opening the door even.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'll just sit up on the hood, where I assume I'm basically eye level with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know how much of a sort of riddler any of us are, but suppose we're happy to take a shot at it.
The sheen returns to his eyes. What is longer? A mile of rope or a mile of phosphorus?
They're the same distance.
Shit. Well, you got me. Was that too easy?
No, that was very challenging. I'm just
Very quick with riddles.
Oh. Good. Well,
He is brilliant.
He was raised on a riddle farm, so I think he heard that one before.
well, you held up your end of the bargain, Charlie, and so I shall do the same. He closes his he closes his eyes for a moment and kind of leans back a little bit, looking up. There's a faint glow. And he looks back down and the sheen is gone from his eyes and perfectly describes the exact coordinates and location of every giant crocodile in a 3-mile radius, alphabetically.
By the way, did you have a picture of this guy? I assume not, because it's such a crazy thing.
No, I
We're
don't.
just-
He's just
Yeah.
a crazy guy.
Do you know if any of them have shed?
Do you know if any of them are yellow, more specifically?
Oh, good question.
He gives you an updated list, roughly a fifth of them. There's
Okay.
like 13 instead of, I don't know, 190.
Sure.
Mm.
Well, shall we head to the closest yellow one and see what we can find?
I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, we got to be near it to get its skin.
I'm oiling the angle grinder. Built into my forearm.
That's gonna be important.
He
This will be important later.
he picks his birch tree, which is also a staff, up out of the muck and slime, and it has like this gigantic sledgehammer end of it, which is an ICBM, just wrapped around it like a hammer, and puts it over his shoulder and starts to like turn towards the center of the nexus again. He has a little like smelting pit area, looks like. And he calls out to you, "Good luck on making your armor or whatever. Save the whales."
Thank you,
Very good.
and also with you.
Can we actually like drive the truck out of here without knocking anything over? Like, is there
Without
is the
knocking
space in
anything over,
between the-
absolutely not. However, it is, so it's like, it might be too heavy to drive around here. Like, the wheels are big enough for sure, but it's just gonna like sink into the swamp.
That's what I was afraid of. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking we're gonna have to leave the vehicle here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the driest patch of ground.
Okay.
And there's some ancient kind of stone, a little cobble here, a little cobble there, a corner or something. And so it's like, you won't come back and the thing's like half submerged or anything, but taking it somewhere, probably not.
Okay. Cool. So can we? I will armor up. Like, I'll actually get on my power armor since we're gonna be going out on foot.
Yeah, buff up, precast, do whatever.
Yeah.
He
Oh yeah.
he gave you such specific information that you could have been just putting it into whatever your heads up display or your radar or your map of the local area, and he even said like the direction they were currently moving and stuff like that.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah. I got
I'm
eye shield out, power armor on.
activating my invulnerable armor magic tattoo. Energy field right on myself.
I will be flying about 20 feet in the air because I'm not walking through this stuff.
Yeah. I guess maybe it'll come up, but probably not. I don't know if that suit has underwater capabilities or not.
It does,
Nice, yeah.
but not.
Just in case. It's not something you want to do, but it's nice
Yeah.
when it has it. Yeah.
Yeah, the only place that it doesn't work fully is space, I believe.
Okay. Hey, we'll
I'm
see.
also
We'll
gonna-
see what kind of levels you guys get to. I'm not saying there's no chance of it, but
Oh, it's-
maybe 2 or 3 adventures from now, you guys got to level up a few times.
if sequels go long enough, you always end up in space.
Yeah, that's the power scaling
It's
of it.
true.
All right, you cruise around.
I will be walking, but I'll jump from like tree to tree as much as possible.
Oh, a little
So I don't have to be,
brachiation.
like deep in it. Yeah, I mean, if I can, like if there's things that are
Yeah.
that I think will reasonably support the weight. Like I'm heavy in that
So
suit.
Rifts,
So
Florida is like an entire mega Everglades. Like the trees are huge.
Yes.
It's swamp everywhere. Something like 40% of the former Florida landmass is simply under the ocean, by the tip and everything. You're not near that really, and dinosaurs and alien dinosaurs in Rift's Earth are actually kind of a big deal. So it was good that you pre-buffed. They're sponges, the damn things.
Ooh.
You're going towards the one that he mentioned, and that one was moving whatever direction. However, the ground is, it's got a foot or two, give or take, of water, and you approach pretty much where it would be. But also it might be under the water.
sure.
So what do? It's somewhere
Okay.
around this area right here, somewhere.
I'm going to assume, given the nature of the swamp, that my scent my scent is completely worthless, right? Like between it being full of decay and being a bunch of water, basically I can't actually smell anything around. Like I couldn't sniff him out, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are like animals that can sniff in wildlife settings, I guess. The water does mess with that, though. Yeah, you can try,
Yeah.
but we'll give it like something like a minus 30%.
I think potentially the two of them are up in the air, right?
I am for sure.
Knowing that there is this much water, I will have. I'll summon my phantom and have it carry me above the water because it can fly and
Mhm.
also hold a lot of weight.
Yeah. Yes.
So I have a suggestion, although I don't know if you're going to like it. But, well, the creature's probably relatively close by in these waters somewhere. So, I was thinking I might just draw him out.
Yeah, it works for me.
I mean, it's as good a plan as any if we can't find any of its shed skin anywhere.
Yeah, so first let's look around. Did it rub itself? Like, is there any particularly large trees? Here, basically what I'm going to do, HeyWoah, is
Mhm.
be bait.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay. Like, the two of them are up in the air. I'm relatively confident this thing can't eat me. Like, it can't kill me in a single bite, right? So,
No.
it's a beautiful map, by the way, of the U.S. with the you can see how much of Florida's left. I really like the overlay there.
Perfect. If you're going to be bait, here's what I'll do. Is there like a big tree somewhere in this?
Oh, yeah.
Like
All
okay.
over the place. Every 7 feet.
How tall is it?
Quite.
Okay.
How tall do you need? Very tall. So they're like normal Everglades are pretty tall. Or sorry, what are they called? Cypress, I think.
Oh.
And these are like
redwood level.
mega. These are mega
Oh.
cypress. They have the dinosaur swamp is kind of like Jurassic-ish, and so everything's big. Everything's big. The trees are big. The bugs are big. The dinos are big.
If there's a tree that has a couple of like thick, sturdy branches that I could move, like basically a part of the tree like 30 feet in the air where I could maneuver to get 360 degrees of vision.
Yeah.
Have my phantom set me down there.
Okay.
and then I'm going to order it to bodyguard Farzan. If he's going to be bait, then I want him to have
Sure.
some protection.
Okay. Makes sense.
So then, once that's all set up, I will basically start. I'm gonna just start walking around in the area, like flashing, making like be present. You know what I mean? Like be an obvious piece of food.
Sure.
In this area, if there are like large trees or stuff like that where he might rub against, or to help shed his skin, or where things might collect on, or big rocks or anything like that, I will I will actually be investigating those areas to see if I can find patches of skin. Right.
Perception for that.
I'm gonna.
Everyone can do this
because
it doesn't make sense that you all wouldn't be looking for shed skin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. My perception was the big 19, my dog.
Huge.
Natural 20.
All right, you very, very definitely know that there's none of that here.
Damn.
Okay.
That's a rough one, kid. Should have saved the roll.
Say la vie.
But there's no two ways around. It really isn't here, for sure. Who's got 6th sense?
Me.
All right.
I have that.
You get to roll initiative.
Yippee!
That's just a D20.
Yeah.
That is a 12.
All right. 10. The water absolutely erupts. What was that stupid ass movie, Deep Blue Sea or whatever?
Sure.
With the shark that ate LL Cool J or whatever. I don't know. Bursts out of the water. 40-foot. I think this is a 40-foot long, 17,000-pound giant crocodile.
Jesus.
Its massive jaws are open and moving directly towards Farzan at this exact time. It has like a sneak attack rule attached to it if it was prowling under the water, and it was. And it rolls a 17 to strike.
I don't believe I can parry or dodge, right?
No, because this would be a surprise.
surprised.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so let's. You take 60 MD from the jaws.
Good. Yep.
And they give a clamp and kind of lock in.
Yep.
And it's moving you around like a little stuffed bunny.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Shaking me.
One
Like
can
a
imagine
pit bull with an infant.
One can imagine Farzan being like, now.
I found him.
Got him. We got him. 7 gets an action.
Yeah. Just one.
Right now for just one.
And
surprise
an aim
round
shot
thing.
is 2, yeah.
Aim shot is 2.
Mm,
It would mean that in
well,
standard initiative, your first thing would be releasing the aim shot.
So I could take an aim shot. It would just...
It would appear at the start of initiative, yeah.
Fuck. Well, you know what? I'm going to do that.
All right. You take aim. Now initiative for everybody. And you keep yours that you roll. Oh, I should say with the 12, 6th sense, I believe, gives a +6 to initiative. So that would have been an 18.
Yeah.
So that's the phase upon which you'll go.
21.
All right.
Damn.
Big. Hey, it's that lucky rabbit's foot.
It's that rabbit's foot.
It really works.
I forgot about that thing.
It does. It does work.
What'd you get for
It's
us?
true.
Less than I wanted, I'll say that.
All right.
Let me make sure here. Sorry, just
I
looking
mean,
at
the
a
job
number
of
real
bait
quick.
was perfectly done.
Yeah.
Drew him
it's-
out.
We got him.
We got him.
We got him, boys. That is a 16.
Okay. And so we'll go in order 21. Orpheus, what do you do? Oh. You're not
Sorry,
fighting.
17,
You're not fighting
17.
the Rift's Atlas. You're fighting Sarcosuchus. Big
No, follow
crocodile.
off.
It was 17, by the way. Not that I think it's going to make any difference, but my
Okay.
guess was 17. So.
It beats
That's a
it,
big
which is
thing.
the thing that you wanted to beat.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's the relevant part.
How far away is it from me?
However, Pythagorean theorem from however high up in the tree you are, plus about 30, 40 feet out.
Okay, I was thinking 30 feet
Yeah,
high. So
so like 45.
180 divided by, or square root of 180, approximately.
Sure. I'm a
So,
bachelor of fine arts. I don't have advanced math in real life. I believe you.
13.41640786 feet away.
Okay.
So I'm going to entity.
Well, that can't be true because you're 30 feet up, and the long side of the triangle would inevitably have to be longer than that. But regardless, it's fine. I think it's all within the
Oh no,
spell's range.
I
anyway.
was fucking up that math for sure. So
Oh, we got a
30
real
squared.
Pythagoras here.
Okay, I missed 2 zeros.
Just carry the one.
Heard of that. Okay, so it's 42 feet, not 13 feet.
My
Okay.
guess was 45.
Well, that puts him way out of range.
You do get free movement, but you are in a tree.
I am in a tree. Well, I guess.
Also, as to the whereabouts of the Phantom, it did not make its dive in front of the president, as evidenced by Farzan currently being in its mouth.
Well, it was insurance. It wasn't a guarantee, but
It's an extra roll.
oh.
Those things are way better against ranged because you got a called shot. In melee,
Mhm.
people tend to hit.
5 feet per level. Okay. So 50 feet, which is above 52. So I am going to start casting the petrification. No, wait, shit, we can't do
Really?
that because then it has no.
Oh, really?
That's a terrible idea.
But then it would have no skin.
Yeah.
We needed skin. Damn it. Okay, I will not be doing that, and instead I will
Shoot Orpheus.
I'm gonna shoot Orpheus. I'm gonna start casting Wind Blast.
Sure. Okay. Next initiative after 21 was, I think, maybe 7 at 18.
Sounds good. I'm blasting.
You had been aiming, and so now you're blasting. Give me a aim shot.
That is a 16 plus 8. So 24.
All right. This dude gets +9 to dodge in the water. And +1 to dodge outside of the water. But it fails to dodge.
Let's go.
Do the damn.
It is 66 plus 10. That is 35 MD.
All right. Blast into its hide. Some chunks fly off. Next up, Farzan.
Yeah, myself. All right, first question. Am I capable of leaving this thing's jaws, or am I like locked in here right now? Like, does it have me grappled in some way? What's the sitch on that?
You can actually leave its jaws.
Okay. So I am capable of
You're
getting out
you're
of this.
cinematically in the jaws.
Got it. Okay. It does not have me like actually restrained or
Right.
something. Okay, cool. In which case, I will do that.
Mhm.
That sounds good. Because I don't want to be eaten. So I will. I want to keep him moving a little. So I will. He's probably quite fast. So I'm gonna jump back, not far.
Mhm.
I'll jump back about just out of the jaws, about 10 feet away from him.
Sure.
Okay, like just, and then I think it's time to go for the simple thing here, which is pull out the guns and start blasting.
All right.
So there we go. We're gonna double shot, a little dual pistol action with the sharpshooter bonus and all that. That will be a hit as per the standard number. That is a 15. When I shoot these, do I roll them? Do I roll them?
If
when
it's
you're
a double
pistoling?
tap, true like twin strike kind of double tap, it's one roll.
It's with dual pistols. Is that when you're dual shooting? That's what it is still, right? You still
Yeah.
roll once. Okay.
Twin shot,
Yes.
12 up hits, guns akimbo, one strike roll, no aimed or called shot possible.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
-2 main hand, -6 offhand, but it functions off of the same roll. So the offhand tends to miss when you're twinning, but they can both hit.
Okay, got it. So, yeah, with the bonus, the offhand would just hit, the main hand would clear it by a lot. So we're good.
All right.
Like it'd be 12 and 15, 16, whatever. So that number. Yeah.
These are
16,
laser.
12 and 16. Yes. These are no. Sorry, they're plasma.
Okay, but they're not physical rounds. Is what I'm. All right.
No, this is plasma.
All right, blast them.
24 plasma pistols.
Hits.
So it'd be 50 mega damage over the 2 hits, assuming
Alright.
he's not dodging.
It releases a groan, like a pained groan. Ugh. More chunks of its hide and scales and stuff are flying off, sizzling. Guys have done about 85 to it, and it's its turn, and it pauses and kind of takes a step or two back, and looks back and forth between everyone, and turns around to try to swim away.
Figured as much.
Things
Well,
of
I didn't go too far away.
Things of animal intelligence. It essentially tried to bite a scorpion. And it's not trying to. It wants an easier meal.
Sure.
This shit hurt.
So it moved some distance away, basically.
Yeah, it moved some distance away and kind of snaked around into the water and is starting to swim away.
Okay.
There were chunks of it that have been blown off, which
It is true.
do count as hide in my book.
Let's go. Could we get a big chunk and tear it in two? Does that?
Well, there's a
Fill
bunch
the
of chunks. You can pick up 2 chunks, no big deal.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Do we feel like we need to chase it, or looking around, is this going to be, what we need effectively?
Yeah, this will work. Didn't
Okay.
say chunks from 2 different ones or anything like that, just 2 chunks. And there's plenty of chunks just floating there.
I don't
Right.
feel necessarily compelled to chase down and kill this thing.
No, absolutely not. I'd rather avoid it if we could.
Yeah,
it's just a creature trying to live in its natural home. We're the invaders here.
Okay, I'll stop trying to cast Wind Blast.
It was going to be real sweet.
It's gonna be real sweet.
It was.
You've done so much magic today.
Yeah,
I'm proud of you, buddy. You'll get those illusion spells someday.
I don't. I'm not an illusionist. I'm a shifter. I don't specialize in bullshit. I specialize in rift magic.
Yeah, buddy.
Shifting and rifting.
Let's get back to Tulsa.
Yes. All right.
Agreed. We'll gather everything up. Is there a way, can we like put them in something to preserve the pieces? I don't want them to rot or whatever while we're
Yeah,
doing
you
the rest.
got a
Clean bag, dry bag, something like that.
like a cooler or something. Sure.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah,
Cooler with
yeah.
some ice in it.
Do we have a fridge in the do we have a mini fridge in the
Yeah.
ATV?
Yeah,
Cool.
they got a microwave and stuff in there.
All right, we'll pop it in
Even
some
normal
Tupperware and
semi
put it
trucks
in the
have that,
fridge.
so yeah. Put it in a
Excellent.
paper bag in the fridge. Do not eat.
Do not underline
Yeah.
eat exclamation point.
Croco chunks. Do not eat. Somebody picks it up, opens it. I don't know what I expected.
Right under that for ritual. All right.
All right, you come back. Oh,
Oh.
That was easier than expected.
Well, we're very good at what we do.
I still think this tea kettle thing's gonna be a real pain in the ass.
I think a lot of this is going to be a pain.
a tea kettle.
Suppose we'll see. I really don't know where we're going to find a boat. That's actually what concerns me.
I look around.
No, there isn't a boat in the
No.
around. He doesn't have one. No. He like waves at you with a weird smile as you leave.
I went back.
They were nice, weren't they?
Oh no. I'll eat some juice and then cast a spell.
Yeah, big juicing.
Big juicing.
Rifting, appearing, the mana bar is bobbing up and down like a, I don't know what it would look like, sine wave, I guess. And you pull back into, at long last, Repeater Town 7. It's like, geez, I don't know, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., something like that. It actually takes a while in total to slurp all the juice.
It ain't easy.
So it's middle of the night for sure. And you pull in. And as you pull in, you realize, oh yeah, it's basically a giant rest area, gas station, oasis. There's a lot of RVs and stuff parked here.
Are there any like identifying markings on them?
Well, just vacation goers, stuff like that. People do vacation in RIFTS.
I don't trust it.
As a matter of fact, as you pull in, there is somebody with a boat.
Is it a nice boat?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice boat. Pulling it behind their Earth exploder, like RV thing. It's on a hitch.
Should we go and purchase that boat to use for this ritual?
Montgomery looks at you with a smile on his face. Hey, you guys need a boat?
We need a nice boat.
I can get you a boat.
Is it a nice boat?
See, Montgomery and I think, had the same idea. We could either buy this boat, or I spin the angle grinder up.
Now, I feel like if taking a boat that doesn't belong to us is a bit,
Why don't I narratively add to this? You drive back into Repeater Town 7, and once again you pass IPD rocket cops on the way in.
Fine, we won't.
And then you
steal
pull
the
in.
boat.
Plus, I'm not sure how we would get away with stealing it. It's a boat. It's a large physical item. They would be able to see it. It's not, you can't just slip it into your jacket and walk away.
No,
We're
I
going to
can't
have to
do
pay him for the boat. That being said, Monty, would you mind going and negotiating with the individual as to exactly what they'd be willing to come off the boat for? Perhaps organize a
Well-
good trade for us.
While he's doing that, I'm explaining how funny it would be for me to fly away with a boat.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just hanging off the back of you.
Is there an amount you're not comfortable with spending?
Suppose whatever makes sense. Just, you know what boats cost. If
Yeah,
it's
we-
unreasonable,
Oh,
then we'll
I
find
do.
something else.
We trust you.
Oh, of course. We love Monty.
Oh, music to my ears. He walks away once again, whistling.
We're gonna get
We got the big chunks. We got potentially the boat. What's next up on the list?
Cathode ray tubes,
boat.
or a cathode ray tube, which we might be able to find. That sounds like a electronic thing. Maybe there's one at the electronics store.
Yeah, I mean those come in everything. You've got
Head.
Yeah.
well, within reason.
All right.
Yeah, we'll head back to that part store we were in earlier, right? That was the
Everything's
one we
open
visited
super
where we-
late, so no big deal.
Sweet.
They get customers at all hours. So you go back in there, and what did I call him? Hold up. Oz Diadact. Can't believe I didn't remember that off the top of my head. Greetings again, customers.
We're back
Hello.
in.
Is your assistant still working at this late hour?
My assistant is taking his required break. With regret, I can help you.
I appreciate your honesty. Do you have any cathode ray tubes for sale? Or even just a single cathode ray tube?
Yes.
Something that contains them we could remove one from? Oh, great.
How much would you be willing to sell one for?
With increasing curiosity. That is a very specific item to need.
Yeah.
5,000.
5,000. I'm gonna lean over, or we can have an aside. You two are a lot more versed in electronics than I am. Is that as ridiculous as I think it sounds?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
To put it in context, CJ, I could go to a music shop tomorrow and buy a tube for like $25-30.
What's the conversion rate of $1 US to one?
Probably
Two
like
riffs credit. Yeah.
Wait,
probably
Rift's
like
credit.
100 Rift's credits or
Okay.
something like that. I don't know. It
So it's like a
varies.
yen?
It varies wildly.
What I'm saying is it's too much.
Yeah, it's too much. We can
That seems a
negotiate.
bit excessive for just repairing a monitor, but suppose 7 or leave it to the both of you, not one to negotiate.
I'll give you 2,000.
With feigned consideration, agree.
I think we might have still been overpaying, but that's all right. We'll mark it down. We'll take
Hey.
it.
We'll call the difference an investment in the community.
I never said that I was a skilled negotiator.
No, you're good.
Hey, we got 40%. You know, that's a deal.
I have marked the money down.
Hell yeah.
So 2 patches of fresh yellow sarcosuchus hide, got it. Cathode ray tube, got it. Boat, Monty's working on it. Tea
It's
kettle.
being worked on. Tea kettle.
I assume that camping store would have
Yeah.
that,
think-
right? Because they have like
Hmm.
kettles for using outside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they could have. They definitely could have a tea kettle, and they might have potentially knickknacks either there or at the truck stop.
Yeah, we'll check those two places.
I just realized we're gonna need like 1,000 candies.
They're going to need just
Uh-huh.
at 1,000.
Just under 1,000 peanut butter candies individual.
So we will need to find a confectioner somewhere in the New West. Surely that's easy.
You go into Northern Outfitters. Leslie's there. Oh, welcome back. Can I help you for this
Hi,
time?
Leslie.
Hi, Leslie. Do you have a tea kettle for sale?
Oh, sure, in the camping department. Right over there. And
We'll
sure
go-
enough,
I'll go-
yep. Oh, yeah, they got tea kettles, coffee kettles, just camping stuff. And so you can find one that seems to be made a little more for tea than coffee. Seems about right. It's like 4 credits or something like that.
we can ring that. I'll pay it out of my personal stash. We don't need to cut into the big bucks for
No.
that. Tea kettle.
Enjoy your tea.
Appreciate it.
Leslie, would you happen to know where someone could find and it might be a silly question, but forgive some travelers their vices, some peanut butter candies potentially for sale?
Oh, yeah, the gas station probably has those.
Perfect. Thank you.
They got a whole mess of candy there.
Okay. Gas station it is.
All right.
We
On
hit on
to,
it.
on to Bill's Fill and Spill, formerly Chuck's.
Formerly Chuck's.
Really, Chucks.
Oh my God.
All right, there is no attendant behind the gas station. It's like this robot stock thing hooked into the ground, and it just kind of rotates and says stuff. It's like an automated cash register thing.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, shopper.
Hello. Do you sell peanut butter candy?
Yes.
How many of them do you have in stock?
In stock? Like, does some thinking noises. 19 30-count boxes remaining in stock. Each
That only
box.
gets us 570.
Yeah, not enough.
Well, actually, a Reese's peanut butter, there are 2 per.
Oh.
I see it.
I don't eat Reese's. I wouldn't know.
That gets us to 1140.
And you need just under 1,000.
Well, we could always use extras.
Yeah, I have no problem with
Suddenly
having
the
extra.
ATV just has crates and crates of peanut butter candies in it.
Exactly.
It's smart to buy in bulk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How much for your entire stock of peanut butter candies?
5 credits per candy times 19 boxes times 30. I'm going to myself in real life
We're
open up
looking
a
at about
calculator.
5,700.
2850.
Yes.
Um,
I guess
5
we can't
times
negotiate with
30
everybody.
times 19, 2850. That is
Yeah.
correct.
The-
Your total
very
comes to
safe.
2,850 credits. Even the robot is like, boy, you sure like these.
Try not to eat
Particular
them if
favorite.
blunt.
Will there be anything else?
Do you guys want anything for the road?
I believe I'm good.
And 1 black coffee.
I was gonna order the same.
Oh, two black
Two
coffees.
Black coffee.
You know what, Farzan? 3 black coffees. It's not about drinking it, it's about the experience.
Customer specific question. Will that be 2 black coffees or 2 crates of black coffees?
Just the 2 coffees, please.
No,
No.
just simply 2 individuals.
Very well. Here you go. Thanks for shopping. Why don't you check out the gift shop next time you're here? It's really
What's
swell.
in the gift shop?
Please say knickknacks.
Yeah, it just lists almost like marketing copy of
Oh,
just
gotcha.
stuff from that would be in a little gift shop.
Like a Rubik's Cube?
It's got dream catchers. It's got little rock thing. It's got keychains. It's got license plate with Bort written on them. It's got black T-shirts with the moon and a wolf howling at the moon, and a chick in front of that, and then a dream catcher in front of that, and an American flag. Yeah, Rubik's Cubes are on there. It's a keychain version, but it really works, kind of.
Well, we didn't get a size, so
Yeah, just any Rubik's Cube, right?
I just said Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take 2 of those.
They're 2 credits each.
I'll pay 4 credits for that.
Buy 2, get none free.
Oh, what is
The deal.
we're taking that deal.
Buy 1, get 1 at normal price.
Lovely.
Right. And now all we have left is a quantum physics textbook and a picture of a dragon.
Okay.
Okay. Quantum physics textbook. I don't suppose you can like recall things from your library or whatnot.
Recall is in remember or recall is in retrieve?
Yeah, the latter.
Oh, yes.
Can you take a book out?
The answer is yes. However, knowing, would I believe that these ingredients are consumed as a part of this ritual?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But
So
also, you have that spell.
That is true.
Oh,
I will. Oh, yeah. That is 100% the correct answer.
Ooh, what is
I
this?
was gonna call them up and ask them if they had extras, because all that matters is that there's at least 1 copy of every book. But I don't want to destroy a book if we don't have to. So, let's go back to the ATV and see if Monty's gotten that boat. And
He,
I'll be
as a
able
matter
to
of
solve
fact,
this problem.
has.
Perfect.
Can I draw a picture of a dragon?
It's called Wave Racer, and it's got like a dolphin on it.
Yes.
It's nice. The steering wheel looks really weird, though. A 3-prong deal.
Ugh.
Huh. So specific. How much does he want for it?
Oh, he bought it already. 5K.
Oh, perfect.
SDC
deal.
boats actually aren't that expensive, really.
Yeah.
That's how much that one guy was trying to sell a CRT for.
That's ancient tech.
It's ancient tech. Oh, the teachings.
Belongs in a museum.
I have marked off the money.
Can you just
to
draw a picture of a
reimburse
dragon?
Monty.
Yeah, can
You
I just
can.
draw a picture?
It doesn't
says
say
picture.
parenthetical good.
Good. Listen, I wasn't gonna do it
Parenthetical good.
because I have no art skill, and so I wasn't going to
Oh.
insult dragon kind by making it.
Mhm.
So if you do it, that's
Brother.
fine.
I don't either.
Yeah, so you do your finest Trogdor the Burninator on a piece of notebook paper.
I try to make it nice.
And it is visibly a dragon.
Yes.
And that
We got
checks it off.
All right. Well, while he's doing that,
Oh, I'm done. I hold up the picture.
Yeah. Okay, so I will spend several how many hours would it take? I will cast I will cast Phantom and suck 70 PPE from it, and
Yeah, I
will
was about to
repeat
ask
that.
you, how much can you hold at once?
At my maximum
triple,
temporary
right?
PPE is triple, and so I can have an extra of 831.
All right, and it costs 1,000, but as per many dimensional and adjacent magics, it is half off for shifters. So all you needs is 500, which you can clear.
For that. And that's fine. That's easy. That's doable. But for now, I'm going to get 200 extra so that I can communication rift. Open a communication rift with my people, my grand librarian, and request a temporary loan checkout of a quantum physics textbook.
All right.
And then I will cast copy book.
They
on
allow
it.
this, you get it, immediately copy it, and return it in like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And they're very pleased with the brisk return and not at all suspicious.
I've never had a late strike on my membership card.
Can't have that. The hardcovers will come after you.
I think they'd crucify me if I did it.
All right, we got 2 patches of fresh yellow sarcosuchus hide, a cathode ray tube, a nice boat, tea kettle, 2 Rubik's Cubes, quantum physics textbook, 1 picture of a dragon, no parenthetical good, and 1 less than 1,000 peanut butter candies. Material
999.
components acquired.
Let's go.
And
Very nice.
you can choose a suitably cinematic place to do this, almost certainly outside of town, for rituals and stuff like that. I mean, they're pretty cool with DBs and stuff, but drawing giant power circles and maybe we'll. Anyway,
You're the magic man.
Yeah, absolutely. Make it happen. I suppose this is right in your wheelhouse. Do we have to do, like, are we doing all of this in front of her is the question. Like, is she supposed to be there or is she not supposed to help at all? She mentioned something about the curse.
She actually can't.
So, like,
yeah, she can't. You can ask her about it. You can ask her about it later, but yeah, she can't directly help or even technically kind of ask for help. There's specific rules about it.
Right.
And so she's had to be here with other people doing stuff. The best she can do is like put things on the ground and not specifically ask.
So do we need to just like do this ritual like out in the kind of, you know, flat land outside of town, but not near her house, basically?
It could be near her house. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just somewhere.
If possible,
whatever the coolest looking place is, you know, for the eventual adaptation, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll do it somewhere cool, like with some really cool stones behind, so that whenever they film this as a movie, they can just use those rocks in California they use for like everything
in
like
that same parking lot. Yeah, I know
so
the exact place.
Yeah, where Bill and Ted were. You know, it's in everything. Yeah. That's what's behind us. Those rocks.
If we can go to minimum the ley line, preferably the Nexus where we've been using as a bus stop. Just so it makes it easier for me to accumulate this PPE to cast this spell and all spells.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the process, it's no problem to me.
That's a good question. Would that, because I know it can affect some spells, would I be able to make a magic check, a lore magic check, to see if D100 lore magic, looking for under a 72. Get it on a 49.
All right. If anything, it would help.
Okay, perfect. Look,
it is very common for people to just do rituals on ley lines and nexus points because they just give you tons of free PPE. Yeah, I mean, sometimes kind of a rift can open or whatever, but it's relatively rare nowadays-ish.
It's fine. It's not my problem. If a
We'll
rift
deal with it
opens.
if a rift opens.
If a
We'll
rift
deal with
opens.
it if a rift opens.
Yeah.
It would
Okay.
be. But,
Yeah.
all right, the ritual.
Okay.
Recombination and extraction of specific entity level 13 spell 1000 PPE. Half off for shifters. You accrue and acquire and hold temporarily something like 800.
Yes. And so first, so I will
Oh, I
accrue
should say
800.
on the way out. There's a little time.
Mm.
All right.
Mm.
There are more spells than just this one in that spell book.
Well, if we have time, I would definitely have wanted to peek through this.
If you want
Morpheus.
to be tempted.
Does not belong to you, man.
It's not stealing. It doesn't remove the existent.
It actually can. It actually can.
Oh, can
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. It's capable of doing that. You know this as a wizard who knows this. Like,
So looking through a spell book can
no. But
Oh.
trying to learn or copy the spell.
Mm.
You can browse the menu, but
Oh, I just want to browse the menu for the moment.
right. On your way out, you see all sorts of spells that would be so cool if you learned them by absolutely destroying her trust in you.
Well, I would never do that to one of the. I wouldn't be the one member of my Atlantean clan in all of history. It full caps says never.
Yeah.
Has
They actually
the
wrote
trust
all
of
caps for
dragons been
that too
broken.
in the book, yeah.
And so I will not be the one to do it.
All right. Anyway, the ritual.
Yes.
You draw a chalk circle on the stone of the nexus point. Place the items at each geometric point, the two dolls before you, and begin the ritual. Clouds swirl overhead, and the local area darkens. Purple lightning cascades from the sky and dances across your outstretched fingers. The material components burst into flame, and the candies get little bite-sized chunks taken out of them, like a ghost is eating them.
Aw.
The boat crunches inward like a soda can. The dolls skein into a motionless blur, like your eyes are crossed, then shift into each other. A final flash, then silence. A little silver-haired girl lies in the middle of the nexus, steam rising up from around her. And it is a success. Also, world building, dragons have teleportation. An entire 40-foot long gold dragon instantly crashes down into the area, coiling around the girl in a protective hug, picking her up and rocking her back and forth. They share a long, touching moment filled with smiles and tears. Maeve tells her she built a carnival for her when she came back, just like the one they went to before. The girl's so happy. I want a Mickey Mouse waffle iron. Everyone laughs, and the little girl gets to work on the small mountain of melted Reese's, which are still technically kind of there. Maeve turns back to you somewhat seriously, wiping away tears. Anything you want, and it's yours.
Quite an offer.
That
That
is
is
a
a big
very
offer.
big offer.
What do we want?
What do we want?
I'm not sure there's much that we really specifically want to need.
Is this an offer we can cash in later?
Sure.
Well, yeah,
I'll be around for another 6,000 years.
I think
I don't
that
know
may
if
be
you
the
will.
right answer.
I don't know if you will, but I will.
Well, in a perfect world, sure, but 1,001 thank yous. We hope you will remember this, and I'm sure we will require your mighty assistance in our future.
Just maybe friendships and a future favors would be, I think, more than any material reward. We're happy to help. Must have been quite as someone who's been separated from their own family since I was quite young. I do very much respect the plight you're in, though I suspect the amount of time I've been separated from my kin is a far bit shorter than your own.
All water under the bridge, she says. Any questions or?
We have 135 more chocolate peanut butter candies for your child if you want them.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
if she likes them.
I'm sure she'd appreciate them. She'll get sick of them after tonight for sure, but long term, you know.
We will hand those over.
And move the pallets out
Yeah.
of
Yeah, we'll bring the pallet out.
the
Yeah.
ATV.
Bring
Well,
the
why
back
don't
up
we-
like a garage door, start pulling out pallets of it. What were you
Why
gonna
don't
say?
we drop this candy off and give them time to catch up? I feel a
Completely
little
agreed.
Oh, that's an excellent,
Feel a little
and
odd.
non-invasive idea.
hanging out. I assume we'll be able to contact you if we need you.
Sure, she gives you her, like, oh, what are the Kodak from Metal Gear thing? Yeah, the channel.
Perfect.
And you're like typing in your thing, Dragon Lady.
Dragon Lady.
Her name is Maeve.
Maeve Human Smith,
Maeve.
which is an alias, but at the time she wasn't. She was trying to like fit in among humans and thought that it was like a normal human name.
No, I think she's a dragon, not an alien, but
Yeah.
She's doing her best. Yeah.
All right, well, let's head out of here. I've got a horse I got to get some repairs in on. I think it's about time that we send a note back to Jobman telling him that we're back in the mix. The job has been completed. And back from the dead and ready to work yet again.
Also,
never done.
you got the shit bit out of you. You gonna be
Oh, yeah.
all right?
I'll be fine. I just need to repair the armor some. It's not a problem.
Fair enough.
It was a big bite, but it
Superficial
was only
damage.
one big bite.
Yes. We managed to drive it off beforehand. So just if we have downtime here or there's an interim period,
Mhm.
HeyWoah, my character is going to be focusing on using our new MDC smelter or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I need to repair 60 points of damage to my armor, and I need to install and bring the robot horse back up with the points that
Mhm.
I have the skills for all of that stuff, and I know that Seven does as well, so I'm sure the two of us
yeah.
do it together.
That's going to be like using smelters and researching magic and getting your PPE back, and so that's all going to be bundled into in between adventure stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's my in-between adventure stuff. Repair robot horse, fix armor, and so on.
So you are in a repeater town. Is it job man time? You could call him.
It is, yep.
If you want to
Yeah,
do
we'll
it.
send him a message.
If you want to do
This is the time.
a big ass jobman plot dump phone call thing.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Since we can actually get him live here, we'll do it.
Monty, get Jobman on the line.
Get Jobman on the horn.
All right.
Did we
How
lose
is
him?
this number calling me?
Oh, there we go.
If this is some kind of joke, I ain't laughing.
Joke, I assure you. Rumors of our demise were greatly exaggerated, Jobman. We're still here. We've actually completed the mission that we originally signed on for.
Explain.
Sure, there was a big nuclear explosion. We lived through it. Now we finished the job and we're here.
My contact tells me otherwise.
No.
Who's your
Clearly,
contact?
he's mistaken.
They're not very up on the most recent events.
Do we have like a code that we can give him? Like, I assume there's like a confirmation code
Oh, yeah.
that
Like
that
like
we
a handshake.
yeah, exactly, that we can handshake with him.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I will give that code.
Oh.
73468 Alpha 7
Mm-hmm.
Eclipse.
What is your location?
Oh, right now we find ourselves in Repeater Town 7, taking a bit of a break after. We found this place was a nice location to give you a call, so this is where we saddled up.
The trace I have been running on this call is just completed. I see that you are, in fact, in Repeater Town 7. Telling the truth there was a good start. RT7 is a hell of a long way away from Pleasant Springs.
Very good. Magic and all, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I see. I need proof that you are who you say you are. No pictures, no equipment, no data that could have been on equipment like that number. Nothing found in a chat log. Something an Auto G wouldn't know.
Sure. All right. Well, let's see.
And you can go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. This is
Yeah, what would we know?
This is a dialogue puzzle, in a sense.
Who made initial contact with Jobman? Like, who was the first person to ever talk to him?
He called you in the first
called us.
adventure. Wake up, Merc Team. The handler Walter-ass guy.
Trying to think if there was anything that he said on that call that would have been like particularly memorable. Because it hasn't been that long for the players, but
Right.
for me, Jupes,
Yeah. True,
it has been
yeah,
a minute.
yeah.
Sure. We can give you facts of what occurred, but that could all just be fabricated. I can give you facts about me that I don't think anybody would really know. The Cactus family I recovered with after I was grievously wounded 3 years back. They had a daughter. The daughter's name was Sally Moe. I always thought it was a weird name. She was 4 years old when I first joined with the Cactus family. She died 6 months later from a pox that hit the Cactus people at that time. That was, and I'll give the exact date.
Yeah.
The funeral for her was held amongst the family and amongst all the other Cactus travelers that were there. And she's buried right outside El Paso. Small, barely marked grave. How about that? I don't think that would show up anywhere. It's something that I don't think anybody would be able to know except me and the rest of that family.
That's good. As it happens, I was just looking into you for next of kin, and I caught about a third of that. Shit.
We can keep going if you want.
No, I think we're good. Also, I see that a job is just completed. And if
Have
Maeve
we
saw
finished the
you,
mission?
and if Maeve saw you, then you're real. What happened in Pleasant Springs?
I don't know. Is this channel secure?
Yes. He says it's as much as you could be. It's,
Yeah.
you know,
Sure.
for the
Anything can
amount of hacking that's possible in Rift's Earth, yeah, it's secure.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I say we give him the full rundown.
I don't really see any reason to leave anything out.
Agreed. I'll keep it a bit short here, but I'll get you the full write-up on mission debrief. But long story short, we located the Kachina doll in question, or at least one of them. There happened to be two. The doll, full of supernatural power and evil. It had a twin that was full of supernatural good. We stalked Damage Incorporated through a rift into an adjacent dimension. Some kind of hell fighting dimension. I don't know. Seemed pretty boring. But nonetheless, we defeated Damage Inc. in the other dimension and barely escaped before the rift itself collapsed. Turns out that we were well matched against them and were able to sort of disable them by castling our strategy against their sort of chosen attackers. At any rate, we got ourselves out, and a very large, I don't know what to call, what was that thing? I guess a satellite or something, right? Some big metal tube?
An entire satellite
Yeah.
fell on our heads.
What kind of satellite?
I mean,
I fill him in completely on the data that I extracted.
The Golden Age stuff.
Yep. Shit.
He says as well. You basically both say it at the same time.
I'm
Bad
trying
situation.
to determine if I tell him I've got a copy of that worm. Fuck.
Well, he's going to start talking probably after
Yeah.
you say that. And so maybe you can think about it. You probably deserve to hear my side of the story as well for that mission. Thundercloud is my contact. He didn't say he met you, and he sure as hell didn't say anything about a satellite from the Golden Age. Now, he is my CS double agent. I pay him to lie, but I don't pay him to lie to me. On top of completing all my assignments, you help ferret out a potentially duplicitous agent. I need to think on this. And then he tells you essentially, you deserve to hear what the original mission was about,
Sure.
That rogue scholar Maeve is an old friend I owed a favor to. And I had a personal history with Damage Inc. that I won't be getting into, but suffice it to say that I wanted them dead more than whoever put up their original bounty. As it happens, they were also too violent and unpredictable to trust, not to fuck with my other objective at that location, in Thundercloud's mission for samples of CS DNA, which came from me personally and was not a public contract. I sent whoever I could as delay tactic while trying to get a hold of you, the upstart and promising merc band I'd had my eye on for a while. You probably didn't have the numbers for the CS platoon, but you had the expertise for handling Damage Inc. In other words, I swallowed the bird to eat the spider that ate the fly. Your success proves that my eye for talent is still unparalleled, but it also means that the years have softened my espionage. The CS getting their hands on a Golden Age satellite is the exact kind of thing this whole plan was trying to stop, but I am too late, and due to a duplicitous agent, it looks like it happened right under my nose. First things first. I would ask that you disregard the tone of the message I sent to you when I thought you were dead, but not the content. It was foolish of me to send it, but I suppose it has proven serendipitous, as it has led this new information to come to light. Be that as it may, I must now awkwardly inform you that some of your payments for the Damage Inc. contract have already been sent out to next of kin, as per my last message. It was very difficult to find the info. Orpheus, yours is the one I did not send, so here it is in full. 150k cash. I have found absolutely nothing about your family, acquaintances, or former employers whatsoever. It's like you appeared out of thin air 2 years ago, which, being a true Atlantean shifter, could very well exactly have been the case. He kind of waits for your response.
Yeah, that is 100% the case.
All right. Fars and I tracked down a small cactus people commune out west. Used to have a very unique resident for a few years, your description, which you have just informed me back of. I could give you
Frankly,
the...
if you sent the money to them, that's much better than it going to me anyways. They'll make good use of it. And that collective, they're always barely surviving. So I'm actually glad to hear you got it over to them.
Yeah, I could give you the coordinates if you like, but I think you know them.
I do when not necessary.
They just got a life-changing donation. They're building a brand new schoolhouse. The Farzan School for Gifted Youngsters. Plus staff pay for the next 2 years. I'm glad that you can find the humor in this faultless mix-up and be proud of the resulting good deed on its face. 7. I have an agent on her way to Skyscape at this time on a potential lead, but I haven't heard back from her, so she probably hasn't arrived yet. I'll order her return, but in the time being, your money is in limbo. However, I have something for you that you might find much more valuable. I found a decades-old defunct contract in the archives while looking for your next of kin, long since deprecated out of any public-facing Merc database. It was a contract for a shockingly high amount of credits, never completed, and it was to find someone named Seven, and to bring them in alive. What's curious to me is that you couldn't have been more than 14 at the time. The sponsoring company's name was redacted, but the issuant was someone named Mr. Black. Does that name mean anything to you?
It does.
All right. I took the liberty of going into the back end and faked a job complete. It spit out an address for the drop-off point. It's old, but it's a corporate address. I'll give you the coordinates. Do with them what you will.
Thank you, Jobman.
Oh, there's just one more thing. You've done me a service above and beyond, and so I will go above and beyond for you. I'll be submitting an accommodation request from Merctown HQ. Anyone there I used to know has since retired or died, but my name still means something. D rank is no place for the likes of you, and you could use the endorsement besides. Took out a well-known A rank terrorist squad in a fair fight, and walked away from a nuke without a scratch. Now that's advertising. Jumping 2 ranks is rare, but this one might be an exception. There's just one problem. As soon as word gets out that you're alive, Thundercloud will know, and then he'll know that I know, and then maybe the CS will know, and I need time to figure out how deep this rabbit hole goes. You can see my dilemma. Or should I say, ours. Is this our dilemma, or just mine?
I'm going to look over at my
I believe it's
brothers for life. I think it's our dilemma.
It's our dilemma. The information he just gave me is I'm all in.
I respect those choices, and I will not forget them. Unless there's anything else, feel free to reach out to me after your business in RT7 is complete. I'd like to meet in person. Perhaps keeping everyone in the dark at all times is no longer the way forward.
Sounds good. We'll do so.
Job man out. He has to end it like that.
I love it.
Jobman is so cool.
All right. Well, it seems like you solved everything and completed everything.
Yeah.
We're just that good.
Are you perhaps prepared for a little post-credits scene to end the adventure?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm buckled in.
And this one, you'll get to participate in a little bit. Because why not?
Ooh.
Post-credit scene, exterior, outside Repeater Town 7 sunset. The setting sun casts the town in orange light. A pair of newer dwarves heckle each other while screwing a hose from their tanker truck into the reservoir under the gas station. A dark man in a dark alley lights a cigarette, surreptitiously waiting for someone. Salesmen chat up customers and civilians walk the streets. Suddenly, an earthquake hits. Confused gasps, shouts of surprise. Doris holds on to her railing. The earthquake is not natural, however. Outside of town, the rocky hill splits with an echoing crack and unfurls like a flower, seeking the morning sun. A massive platform rises up, revealing the circus, full of lights, sounds, and color. A neon sign swings up, reading "Grand Opening." Doris cheers, "Let's fucking go!" And others join in. Cut to kids and families enjoying the rides, food, atmosphere, Maeve and Suki riding the Ferris wheel. And then what funny little things, while the credits are rolling, are your characters doing in Snapshot?
Is there one of those I don't even remember that they go in the circle and they got all the horses going up and down?
That is a-
Carousel?
Yeah, carousel. Is there one of those?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I'm
But they're-
right on there.
but they're like robot horses and little like Earthworm Jim jet hover bikes and stuff, and mutant mega lizards and things like that. All sorts of rift creatures.
Oh, I'm on that, having the time of my life.
All right. What are you doing, Farzan?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't particularly like have any great need for rides or stuff like that. Like our lives are such that that the adrenaline's there.
Yeah.
Um,
But it's a good straight
And-
man bounce off point. So awkward in this situation.
yes, but I do very much like carnival food.
Yeah.
The fact that we don't eat doesn't change that. Like I
Yeah.
like there's a lot of things here that I can eat since they're not meat based at a carnival.
Mhm.
So like elephant ears and things like that. I walk around. If there's music, I would participate in any music related activities because Farzan likes music very much.
All right.
So he's eating a big elephant ear and going to a small concert or singing along with things or something like that. Very poorly. Very, very, very. I want to be clear. Very poorly.
Mhm.
It's the enthusiasm that counts.
Yes, but he's very excited about it. Yeah.
It's the passion. It's the passion. And
Mhm.
7.
So, I left for a minute,
Okay.
and my friends might have thought, "Oh man, this must be upset. This was a lot for him to take in." But you hear the jets on the armor overhead, and I have gone back to the convenience shop, and I am essentially like drive-by crop dusting candy down into the hands of
Oh,
like carnival goers.
Like Santa Claus or a parade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice. All right.
So I'm just adding more sugar to the festivities.
And
my own.
And it's the old switcheroo with it, which I like. Oh,
Yeah.
he's gonna be brooding or something. No, it's Merry Christmas,
just
one
had
and
to go
all. You
stock
know,
up.
yeah. All right. And because it's Metal Gear one last time. Greetings, Merc Team. In the interest of not having you wait around for promotion, and a counterbalance to my normally ponderous decision-making, the glacial pace of which has already dealt me several fresh wounds, I followed the rabbit hole enough to decide on the next course of action. I have it on good authority that Thundercloud is ready to transport the satellite via hover train from Pleasant Springs to the Lone Star Complex. If him and the CS are going to find out anyway, why don't we be the ones to let him know? Have you guys ever done a train heist before?
Well, now you're speaking my language.
All right. Hey, not a lot of fighting this adventure. If you're looking for that, tune in next time. It's time to have a train heist of a Golden Age satellite going 400 miles an hour on a train. Ooh, it's gonna be nice.
You said train, and my brain freaked out.
And then I freaked it. I wrote train heist in all caps on a blank page for next time.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to need to get that Samus suit repaired as well.
Yeah, just in case, you know.
Just in case.
For a train heist specifically, wouldn't it be nice to have another jetpack in the party? Good idea keeping that thing around. Anyway, there it is. I hope you liked the adventure. Really, you know, exploration, talking to everybody, little fetch quest and everything. But try to mix it up each time. Hope you liked it.
It was
Oh,
fun.
full on.
We brought Henya back to life.
Mm-hmm.
Henya the Genius, 999 peanut butter chocolate IQ.
Mm-hmm.
Just shy of 1,000.
Just shy. I got so many spells cast this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too bad none of them are the ones that Vince wanted.
I think it's a harmless meme because
Oh yeah.
You don't have like 7 really useful spells, and then you cast one that completely solves a part of an adventure, right?
Right,
That's,
no, exactly.
That's the whole
It's
point of a
wonderful. Like,
wizard, you know.
It's
I'm
funny.
sort of leaning into it at this
Oh,
point.
yeah,
I hope
it's-
that's
I
understood.
It's
love
all in
Yes.
fun, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I think it's really funny. And it's like, oh wait, yeah, I don't have any illusion. Like it's very interesting to see what I don't have
Mhm.
in terms of spell selection, but it's also funny.
All right. Well, if you guys want to stick around in Discord, I'm going to thank everybody for their generosity, subs and gifts and primes and everything in the chat. I hope chat liked the show. They have been muted throughout the show, so I'm going to scroll through here. Thank you, The Conductor, for the big primer. Hungry Panda for the tier 1. CJ Ubusta for the tier 1. Oratorius for 202 bits. And Hotspur12, thanks for the resub for 46 months. TYVM, appreciate. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Age of Sigmar. Probably another few indexes. We're running low on them. We'll get through them eventually. And also don't forget Saturday, 11 a.m. Central. Games Workshop is doing a big reveal, and Skaven, I think, just won the thing by a landslide. And so we'll do a watching GW's reveal stream, and we'll just rewatch it. Maybe we'll have a bingo card, maybe we won't. Big reacties. Anyway, TYVM for watching. See you guys tomorrow.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You always did need an audience, you sap. Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic for a long time. I want to show you a trick Mother showed me when you weren't around. He was on special occasions like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.